and fourth best country to visit. We have a wonderful work and living environment, excellent housing, international schools, and the lowest cost of living in the region. So businesses can make profits here. Uganda is also the most open economy to foreign direct investment within the East African community. There are no restrictions on ownership of investments, movement of capital, or foreign exchange. And the foreign direct investment track record shows net FDI flows in near of United States 1 billion a year on average. This is according to the World Bank. And according to the latest data sets from the World Bank, Uganda has one of the lowest crime rates and most stable inflation rates in East Africa. In spite of now the external global shocks that are happening, we have managed to contain inflation rates within meaningful levels. The economy is not on hit in spite of all this. Uganda has a large population that is young, that is robust, but most importantly, trainable. So in a sector, you get young Ugandans, you need 1 month or two, they will have the skills to get the job done. And Uganda has the fastest growing labor force in the region, as well as the most flexible labor regulations, which is a significant advantage for companies investing in labor-intensive operations. For instance, from 2018 to 2022, the average annual growth rate was 3.9%, and without social security costs, the average labor costs in Uganda for unskilled and skilled production operations in agribusiness was at 440, which is again the lowest in the East African community. The first step in your investment journey, our business community and investors from Somalia, is to apply for from Uganda Investment Authority. And with this license, you will gain access to incentives that will help you get started in Uganda. They include land in industrial parks, generous and competitive tax breaks, and coordinated institutional support of over 13 government agencies at Uganda Investment Authority's one-stop center. The land we provide in the industrial parks is free, and our investment land bank in the country currently stretches over 16 square miles across the country, and the government of Uganda has deployed resources to make these parks fully serviced with industrial electricity, industrial water, tarmac roads, high-speed internet, and industrial waste treatment. And globally, Uganda is enriched with a competitive tax incentive regime, which includes a 10-year tax holiday for investors, especially in agriculture sector, for both commercial and value addition sectors, the developers and operators in industrial parks, manufacturers who export 80% of their production outside the domestic market, and outside, of course, the East African community, where things like common external tariff usually do apply. We also have import duty exemptions, especially on plant and machinery. We have 100% allowable expenditure on training. If you come and invest here and you train people, when you are, doing your returns to Uganda Revenue Authority, the training costs are deductible. We have 100% allowable expenditure in research and development. If you invest in R&D, research and development, when you are pushing your tax returns to Uganda Revenue Authority, all that money is deductible. It gets back to you as a business, which is very, very, very important. We have 100% cost recovery on exploration, development, and production costs, expenditure on mining operations. Tourism specific vehicles are exempt from import taxes. Hotel equipment, fixtures, and furniture are exempt from taxes at importation. And we have value-added tax, which is exempt on accommodation in tourist hotels and lodges located up-country. Over breakfast, I met some investors from Somalia who are in hospitality industry, so we offer you some of these exemptions. Uganda has robust institutions to deal quickly with business disputes. The commercial court prioritizes mediation and arbitration to solve business disputes that may arise. And Uganda remains guided, ladies and gentlemen, by the triple bottom line. We focus on people, profit, and the planet, meaning that we are environmentally competent as we pursue businesses in this country. On behalf of Uganda Investment Authority, allow me to thank you again very much for honoring our invitation and to be part of Uganda-Somali Business and Investment Summit. You are welcome to invest and do business in Uganda. God bless you and happy deliberations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do better than that. Another round of applause for Uganda Investment Authority. I also want to invite you to check, especially for those of you who came early and you're probably in the front seats, there is a magazine that has been provided for you. Please check. It has the bankable projects. All the homework has been done for you if you're an investor. This is for either side, but majorly on the other side, and I think we'll find out providing more. So there is a booklet or a magazine with bankable projects that have been looked at by our consultants with the Uganda Investment Authority, verifying that these are viable investment opportunities in Uganda, and the details therein, including the investment capital, return on investment, and much more, because some of this you will have to come to the industrial parks to be able to benefit from the incentives Morrison was talking to. Just before I invite the head of the Somalia Invest and Promotions Center to speak, I want to ask our technical team, do we have the video? There is an investment video. Technical team? There is a video. Are we able to play that video, Somalia investment video? As we line up the video, I want to recognize the various heads of government agencies present here. And since Morrison was speaking, I want to recognize the Director General Uganda Investment Authority, Robert Mchiza. Please stand so they know who is responsible for investment in Uganda. He's one of those we present as one of the tallest Ugandans in the country. And so we have tasked him with the biggest task of getting investors, looking for them. Because of his height, he's able to identify them from very far. I want to recognize the arrival of the Honorable Minister of State for Investment and the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Evelyn Anite. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for joining us. All right. Do we have the video? Is the video ready? Noel, is the video ready? All right, not yet. So let me invite Mr. Mohamed Dubo, Somalia Investment and Promotion Office, to speak to us, and then we'll run the video after that. You're welcome, sir.
Excellencies, Ministers, Director Generals, business community leaders, the private sector, the media fraternity, and the security sector colleagues. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. It's an absolute pleasure to be in Uganda, to be in Kampala. We sincerely appreciate the hospitality and the reception that we have received since our arrival. We indeed feel home. We indeed truly feel home. I would like to welcome the private sector from both countries to this great investment and business summit, the first of its own. And I would really love the two sides of the private sector to get advantage and make use of this platform. It's very rare for countries to establish this kind of high premium business and investment summits. Indeed, I wouldn't want to dwell more into our historical ties, both security, trade, and economic cooperation. Unfortunately, since 2011 and to date, whenever we hear Uganda and Somalia, what comes to mind is AMISOM, which is currently ATMIS, and our relationship has been defined within the realm of security. We are indeed all here to redefine that moment and deepen our ties using trade, investments, and economic cooperation. That's more sustainable, that's more positive, and we would really want to move, we would really love to move from the glare of security and the uniform to a more business community coming in, flocking into the both territories, exploring huge opportunities together. We want to applaud as the business and the private sector representatives and the government of Somalia the new adoption of the Islamic banking in Uganda. We have a very vibrant Islamic banking system in our country, and I'm happy to report early this month, one of our banks has made an entry into the Uganda market. We applaud that, and we understand this is the first time Uganda has ever made Islamic banking within its statutory framework. However, we would like to note there are few articles or laws that our business community have noted. We would really love to communicate the same via our diplomatic channels so that the government of Uganda can look into that to fully operationalize the Islamic banking in Uganda. And I hope the honorable ministers and our counterparts will take note of that as we communicate. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there are few sectors which I believe are low-hanging fruits for our private sectors. I think partnerships in the pharmaceutical industry, real estate, banking and financial sector, health and education, agriculture, ICT and digital economy are the few areas that I think we can start as immediately as tomorrow. And I think and welcome and encourage our private sector players to look deeper into those areas. However, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are more medium-term and long-term areas of cooperation that we need to focus going forward. Those are infrastructural investments as we aspire to join the East Africa community, and we are already in the commercial market. The long coastline mentioned in Somalia will be useless unless we develop solid port infrastructure. Uganda has multiple sources of port access, and an addition of Somalia ports will be a great opportunity to expand the Uganda economy, but also expand our own economy in Somalia. We're also looking into the investment and food processing and industrial scale, and finally long-term cooperation areas. Both nations enjoy huge resources in the form of oil and gas, so extracting that through our partnerships will be very necessary in the long term. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to note and appreciate the Uganda's refugee open policy, which has attracted and continue to attract large number of Somalis to feel home. I had a chat with some of them. Some of the richest ones still hold refugee status cards. It is very rare in the world that a refugee can thrive into a neighboring or into a foreign country. We appreciate and we understand the involvement of His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni in this refugee economy, refugee open policy, as he even happened once to be a refugee and his family. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage, this is not a government platform, this is a private sector to private sector platform, and we really want them to take advantage of this platform, make the necessary networks, make the necessary engagements, partnerships, and follow-ups. It is very difficult. It is very easy to meet at summits and exchange cards, but it is very difficult to do follow-ups and make use of those networks. So I therefore take this opportunity to encourage the private sector of both countries to make use of this opportunity. We are really looking forward to the launch of the Joint Permanent Investment and Business Summit today, which will be official platform for our private sector to engage and make meaningful interactions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to wholeheartedly invite for Ugandan investors to Somalia. You have enough men and women in uniform. We would like to see the same number of investors and businesses in Somalia. I would like to commend our close working relationship with the Uganda Investment Authority as the entry point for investments, and we have exchanged quite a lot of issues that has made businesses and investments easier. I'm glad we are going to sign an MOU today between the Uganda Investment Authority and the Somalia Investment Promotion Office, represented by the Director General of the Ministry of Planning, Investment and Economic Development, His Excellency Asad Yusuf Kanyere, and Mr. Chairman Morris. That will be a testimony for our investment cooperation. It is now at the level of institutional collaboration, and we are looking forward to initiate a bilateral investment treaty that can be shared through our diplomatic channels for the consideration of our both parliaments. In my view, MOUs are just enticers and appetizers for greater cooperation, but more deeper agreements that has been ratified by our respective parliaments is the long, sustainable and durable way of cooperation. I would like to take this very day to applaud and appreciate the Somali Chamber of Commerce role and contribution to the Somali growth in terms of economic facilitation, in terms of protection, and in terms of advocacy for the private sector. Without the Somali private sector, definitely Somalia wouldn't have been where it is today. I would like to specifically commend the wonderful job of His Excellency President Gabaire on the Somali Chamber of Commerce and his leadership. I would like to finally take this opportunity to wish the summit the very best. As governments, we are interested more on results. We are interested on more how many deals has been closed, how many investors have been enticed to visit in our both territories as a result of this summit. And I'm looking forward to facilitate and support foreign direct investments, more specifically Uganda investors coming to Somalia. Please remember, Somalia Investment Promotion Office is a free service facility at the Ministry of Planning, Investment and Economic Development, whose major mandate is to just make sure your investment entry is as seamless, as easy, and as pleasurable as it is in anywhere in the world. So with those few words, I would like to thank you all and looking forward for a fruitful summit. Thank you so much.
What do you know about Somalia? What imagery do you have in your mind of this country? Here is an exciting new story of Somalia. Emerging from a difficult past, we are embracing new possibilities. Our economy has grown consistently at 3% over the past 4 years, with a steady rise in disposable income. A strong local consumption is expanding opportunity for local production in agro-processing and fast-moving consumer goods. Working with international partners, we are deepening stability, opening up every mile for a fresh start. Somalia has a 3,300-kilometer coastline, the longest in Africa, and on it, we are building some of Africa's most modern ports and logistical infrastructure, with convenient connectivity to the continent's major trade corridors. Our location in the Horn of Africa is strategic. We are a true gateway for Africa to trade with the world, with up to 7 ports providing capacity and efficiency. These are Berbera, Bosaso, Garad, Hobyo, Mogadishu, Barawe, and Kismayo. Port Berbera is the shortest sea route to Ethiopia and a major hub for livestock export. Having already joined the 19-member Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, or COMESA, Somalia has now taken steps to join the East African Community, the continent's most integrated region. We have improved business processes, lowering costs, expediting procedure, and protecting investor interests in law. We have dedicated government institutions, strengthened to facilitate and support foreign direct investment into Somalia, like Sominvest. Our 2 million citizens in diaspora believe in our unfolding story, putting close to $2 billion into different projects at home every year. Multinationals, small and medium enterprises from across the world are setting up in our towns and villages where our people, rising to the call of destiny, are working tirelessly to design a beautiful, prosperous Somalia. 70% of our population is under 30 and skilled. A world-class labor force for competitive wage. We need a growth market built on a strong trading relationship with the world and with favorable liberal investment policies bringing together a dynamic private sector. Somalia is open to you. Invest in Somalia.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad I didn't have to introduce that because with your presentation, Mohammed, and the video, we get a clear picture of the investment and trade opportunities in Somalia. May I take the pleasure of inviting our contingent commander, UPDF ATMIS, Brigadier General Keith Katunji, to make his presentation on the nexus between security and development. You're welcome, General.
Thank you, Morris. Our honorable ministers from the two sister countries, excellencies, the ambassadors, government officials from both sides, the business community from both Uganda and Somalia, good morning. My role here is simple, is to discuss the nexus between security and development. And before I dissect the topic, allow me say this. The Constitution of Uganda, you may ask how UPDF goes into development. The Constitution of Uganda mandates us with 4 functions. The 4th function dictates that we should engage in development activities, that UPDF to engage in development activities when we are not at war. I'm glad yesterday some of our Somali brothers visited the National Enterprise Corporation, and what you saw there was not only limited to UPDF use, but for the development of the country. Next slide. As a way of introducing, Somalia is located in the Horn of Africa, and that is it has the longest national coastline of 3,333, and it consists of the Gulf of Aden to the north and the Free Channel to the northeast and Indian Ocean. The coastline was a major center of commerce for a very long time, even when we are still, most of our countries were colonized. That's where the Indian and Arab traders would dock and to trade with the hinterland Africa. Before the Civil War, several Somali states and ports were dominated by regional trade. Next. After the fall of Siad Barre, of course, everything went down, and that slide summarizes the political history of Somalia. And this is to allay fears to the Ugandan business community. Somalia is just like Uganda. We have almost similar history. Between 62, when Uganda got independence, to 1996, we had 24 years of political turmoil here. In summary, we had 8 presidents and 8 military coups. But we came up, and this is the Uganda you see. So, likewise, and before that, Uganda at independence was known as an economy of 2 T's and 2 C's. That is tobacco and tea, coffee and cotton. But all that came down, and there was nothing getting out of the country. But from 86, you can see where Uganda is. Likewise, the Somali economy is on the same trajectory. Next slide. As long as there is security, there is development. Next slide, please. In March 2007, that's when the Uganda contingent was deployed. And this was an intervention that was referred to as dead on arrival. I don't want to go into details. You know what had happened to that country, and you know how it was. So it was the doubting Thomases. The doubting Thomases were so many, but that's when our contingent deployed. The pictures on the right show you arrival. Actually, the first plane landed safely. The second one was hit mid-air. The third one turned back, which had logistics. So you can imagine how that situation was. But along the way, we managed to have a foothold, and much later, our brothers started coming in to join us. The relationship between Uganda and Somalia dates back, and it's very strong. And it was cemented by our leaders, and with the bilateral ties and the cooperation agreements that are being signed, we expect it to grow further. Next slide. That's basically to show you how the ATMIS, the contingents, are seated and working together with our Somali National Army. Next. And from the inception, Somalia and other successive offensive operations, Mogadishu city was liberated by UPDF, and then we kept on frog jumping, expanding, getting out of Mogadishu and capturing other places like Albis, Kafgoy, up to where we extend, which is about 240 kilometers. Of course, we are joined by our brothers from Kenya, Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Burundi, and those are the sectors they occupy. The aim of this presentation is to discuss the relationship between security and development. You cannot develop when you don't have security. It is the threshold, it is the fertile soil where business and development can germinate. I'll go through the scope as highlighted there. Next. Nexus just means the connection or the code that binds the two. Security is a state of being free from danger, and development is a process that creates growth and positive change. Next slide. The picture on the right, just to show you that security and development move shoulder to shoulder. As you can see, that is an ATMIS forward base. FOB is a forward base. But you can see outside that FOB, which is just a coordinated touch, you can see how trading centers and agricultural activities are mushrooming around that forward base. The general security situation is calm. Of course, we still have Al-Shabaab activities in Somalia, but isolated. And we still have IEDs, improvised explosive devices, which is a weapon of choice of Al-Shabaab. And to some extent, these attacks disorganize economic activities. But mainly, this is to show you that where security has liberated, the liberated areas, business is flourishing. Somalis are very, very hardworking people. They are some of the best entrepreneurs I've seen in the world. They don't actually wait for the guns to get silent. Immediately hostilities stop, you see reconstruction. Next. If you forget anything about this presentation, don't forget the two pictures. The picture on the left is Mogadishu in 2007, when we deployed. The picture on the right is the current Mogadishu city. Get it back, please. Go back. Over the last 15 years, albeit the violent security situation, Somalia has registered development across the sectors and of the economy, infrastructure development, business volume, population, airport operations. So if you want to know the nexus between security and development, just look at Mogadishu city. I don't think in the history of wars and in the history of the world, there is where reconstruction, recovery has ever been faster than Somalia. We thank you, our brothers. Next. Also, the graph on the left, the available data in Somalia starts from 2012. I was looking for data from 2017. It's not there. And why does it start from 2012? 2012 is when we drove Al-Shabaab out of Mogadishu. But as you can see that graph, the GDP has been growing steadily. Not only has the GDP been growing, but you can also see the population, which was 11 million then, is almost now 17 million. So the situation in Somalia is not going backward, it is growing both in business, in development, but also population growth and education and health and other sectors. The business volume at the ports, I did not pick all the ports, but just to show you the Mogadishu port. You can see the on the right, the upper one, that's how Mogadishu port was by the time we deployed in Somalia, and you can see what they were, the ships and what was docking there, the 20 feet equivalent units, the containers, and the current statistics suggest that about 3 million tons per year, including 73,000 TEUs of container traffic are handled. Not only that, the infrastructure of the seaport has been developed, and as you can see in the lower picture, that's how the Mogadishu port looks like. Now, shift this and put it in any other ports that were shown earlier, the Kisumayo port, the Beira port. The business and the development is moving very fast, and the volumes are increasing every day. Next. When you look at the airport operations, I just picked where we can measure the fast changes, the development. You can look at the airport operations, and you can look at how the airport looked like before the African Union deployed to work with our brothers to liberate the country. Actually, Mogadishu airport had stopped functioning, and operations had shifted to kilometer 50, which is also in Sector 1, controlled by UPDF. But later, the operations came back to the Abdul International Airport, and as you can see, the current freight volume is above 8,533 international flights, arrivals being 4,291, and the departures being 4,242. That airport is very, very, very busy, and Somalia has other airports which are equally busy with domestic freights. Next. Just to show you the graphic representation of the airport operations, that has been the growth. As you can see, towards the end, there is a decline, and that decline is associated to COVID. Of course, COVID paralyzed the whole operations the whole world over, but immediately after COVID, you can see it is again rising very fast. Next. For the Ugandan business community who would want to go to Somalia, we have the road network is still bad, but there is some improvement. There's tremendous improvement, especially in the city, and most of the rural networks have been secured. For example, I think the road from Mogadishu to Joha is already signed to be worked on, and the Somali surrounding areas are already commuting between like Lower Shabere to Mogadishu and back. So some of the pictures down just show the bridges where we have worked with our brothers to rehabilitate, and some are rehabilitated by international community like Qatar and United Arab Emirates. Next. There is a lot of improvement in the social services, the medical services. There is remarkable decrease in the infant mortality rate and increased medical facilities, both government. At that time, it was only African Union which was offering those medical services, and you would find the long lines outside base camp in the morning. We are talking about facts which happened there. Our deputy ambassador here was our force commander by then, and that's how the situation was. The education services are also improving, although they had collapsed. With improved security, there has been a sharp increase, and there are lots of schools and international schools in Mogadishu. Next. As UPDF, we are cognizant of the fact that we went to help brothers, we went to extinguish the fire before it comes to us, and as peace dividend is realized, ours is to continue mentoring our brothers, and when the right time comes, we exit. We welcome the move by the Somali government to join the East African Federation, because part of the ESC bloc ensures strategic security. Alone, yes, we can defend ourselves within our political units as Uganda, as Kenya, as Somali, but as a bloc, you achieve strategic security. As a way of conclusion, security is a promoter of national development. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without peace and security in any nation. That will be a big lie. Enforcing peace and adequate security involves a wide range of efforts by different actors in government, civil society, and community, national, international levels, address the primary causes of violence, and ensure that people are free from fear, from humiliation, from war, and from conflict. As I said, the fourth function of UPDF is to engage in development activities for the development of Uganda. Likewise, to our Somali brothers, when the hostilities stop, I'm pretty sure SNA will also be engaging in development activities. I thank you and wish our two sister security countries all the best. Thank you.
Surely we can do better than that. After that presentation on the transformation in Somalia, thank you very much, Brigadier General Keith Katunji. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to migrate into our second session, our panel discussion. And as I organize for that, I'll ask my brother, Isingoma from Foreign Affairs, to handle my guests. Isingoma, I'm moving my ministers back and beginning our next session. So, as we organize for that, and Isingoma will be handling that from Foreign Affairs, I want, in a very special way, to recognize the presence of the Chief of Defense Forces, General Wilson Mbasu Mbadi. Thank you, General, for joining us. He's here. You don't make generals stand, so I am very careful when it comes to that. I also want to recognize the arrival of the Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, the Minister of State and the Minister of Trade. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we'll have our panel discussion. I'll ask our ministers and UIA and of course the Somalia Investment to come and take their seats because we are moving to the next session as we prepare to receive the principals. And as we do that, allow me to invite my moderator, Ian Rumanyika, to take his seat as I invite his panelists. So Ian, you will pick the seat, the best seat in the house for yourself, and then I'll invite your 4 panelists. Honorable Ministers, we are also taking our seats here. Mine is also to request the cameramen, the first 2 there, because the minister will be on that side. We will move on to the other side so we can create viewing space. Thank you. Viewing space for our guests. All right. So Ian will be talking to investors in Uganda. We are looking at the investor success stories and business opportunities. Ian, I'll give you a minute as I invite them to talk to you and introduce themselves. So I will invite representatives of Garakad Seaport Project, who is here. Please come and take your seat. A representative of Garakad Seaport Project. A representative of Dahab Shield Group. A representative of Dahab Shield Group. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We all know Dahab Shield Group. A representative of Salam Somali Bank. Salam Somali Bank. And finally, a representative of Lukman Petroleum Uganda. Lukman Petroleum Uganda. So please, as you take your seats, Ian is going to talk to you, so he just wants to get 1 or 2 details. So the representative of Garakad Seaport Project, Dahab Shield Group, Salam Somali Bank, and Lukman Petroleum Uganda. All right. General, there was another person speaking, so I introduced you, sir. But the people wanted to see you. So allow me request that you stand. Ladies and gentlemen, our Chief of Defense Forces, General Mbadi. There you go. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. As Ian engages his panel, we are fully constituted. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite Mr. Ian Rumanyika from Uganda Bati to speak to his panel. Ian, in case I interrupt you when the principals come, please understand, I am limited with time.
Thank you, Maurice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, all protocols observed. We're happy to be here as the Private Sector Foundation. This is a testimony that, let's appreciate Private Sector Foundation in Uganda with partners for putting together this. It is a testimony that they have enabled us as private sector in Uganda to speak with confidence on what we have been able to do in the last so many years as investors. My name is Ian Rumanyika, and I represent Uganda Bati as an investor in the steel sector. We've been here since 1964, and we're leading steel manufacturing company in Uganda, but also a member of Safar Group, which has over 13 operations in Africa, and soon we'll be expanding to Somalia without a doubt. As you see, Mr. Katunji here told us that it is now safer for us to invest in Somalia, and without a doubt, Safar Group will be moving into Somalia. So I'm happy to be here and to thank the Private Sector Foundation Uganda for giving us a business environment that has enabled us to be in the country. And we are here as a private sector with my colleagues here to be a testimony that it is possible. These are testimonies of, yes, we can do it, because most of the investors you see before you, just like my friend Honorable Mohamed Dubo said, you can be a refugee in Uganda and thrive as an investor. Imagine that. You can be a refugee here because of fair competition and and also fairness in the economy, you can be a refugee and thrive even better than the local investors here. Let's appreciate that for that reason. And with me today, ladies and gentlemen, I have Gracad Seaport Project, Dashbill Group. These are into finance. Mr. Ibrahim Rashid is here with me. We have Salam Somali Bank and Lukman Petroleum Uganda. And they are going to tell us the possibilities and opportunities in Uganda. And if you're out there and probably you're still doubting on the possibilities, they are going to be able to tell you how they've been able to make it into Uganda and how they've been able to invest and what are the opportunities that are still available. And to start with, I think I will give each an opportunity to tell us what they do, who they are, and how long they've been here as investors in Uganda, starting with Gracad Seaport Project.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ayan. Ayan, I hope I am pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you, everyone. My name is Mr. Saeed Jama. I am the CEO of Wadaxan Company. Wadaxan is a special purpose company or an umbrella company that brings a number of Somali companies, or most major Somali companies, the bank sector, the telecommunication, the retailers, most of the Somali companies. And this special purpose company was developed to implement a modern seaport project in Somalia, in Grad port. We understand in Africa, I would request first of all, before I give you a lot of words, I will play 2 short videos so that everybody can understand what Grad seaport. This is the, wait a minute, I will first give you a quick background and then I will play 2 small videos so that everybody understands what Grad seaport is. After we make this and agreed, the Somali business people agreed to implement that port, and we all understand that a port project is a huge investment project, which cannot, it has not been the case that business people implement in Africa or in other even developing countries. These are often implemented by the World Bank or bilateral investment or something like that, or the Chinese, which is common in Africa. But this one, the Somali business community implemented this project. And so after we agreed the implementation of that project, we have made a design. I will show you the design of the port first, and then apply an actual progress of the project, where it's currently now. I'll ask my colleague to play the design first. Grad Seaport project. Continue, please. This is just an animation video. Can you play it?
The technical person, please.
Okay, let me just continue with that as
okay.
technical.
Thank you, Said.
Yes.
We shall have an opportunity to play that video later on. The Habshil Group, Mr. Ibrahim Rashid, just tell us what you do and what you've been able to do in Uganda.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. We definitely are glad to be here, and just to give a brief of the Habshil Group before saying what we actually do in Uganda. The Habshil has been in existence since 1970, and is recognized as the first remittance company, fully owned by...
Okay. Can I interrupt you, please?
Yes.
Okay. This is the design of the port, an animation of the design of the port. This port has 4 main parts. The design was made by Rendell Limited. It's a British company, and it's implemented by a Turkish company called TTN. the construction of the port started, and in fact, preparation started in 2016. Actual implementation or the construction started on 2019. We have now completed the first phase of the project, and we are in the middle of the second phase. As you see, the port has 4 main berths. You can stop there and then go to maybe second, that one. Go to a second, so that let's see the real, the actual progress of the project. Continue playing.
Okay, in the interest of time, I think, thank you, Saeed. I think we can move on to Dashbuild Group. Mr. Ibrahim Rashid.
Thank you. That was a very good interruption. At least we saw some video. Just to give on the Dashbuild Group again, I'll start over. The Dashbuild Group started in the 1970s by an individual, Mohammed Saeed Duale. The company, since the years, has transitioned to move from a transfer company, a trading company to a transfer company. And that happened in the 1980s, or rather 1988, after the war of Somalia, where the chairman was able to help the Somali community move funds from wherever they are back to the homeland. The company further morphed, or rather transitioned to banks, for example, East Africa Bank, Dashbuild Bank International. We also have Somtel, that is a telecom company. We also have moved now, or rather and assisted the telco to mobile banking. For example, now we have eDahab, whereby people can be able to send money and from abroad back to their homeland. And this is from 126 countries worldwide back to African nations, including Uganda. On the existence of Dashbuild Group, our main aim is financial inclusion. We've been able to assist communities by financing them and ensuring that we are able to grow them, to grow their businesses, right? So that has been our main core business for Dashbuild Group.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim Rashid. Salam Somali Bank is also here. Can tell us what you do and what you've been doing, what you've been able to do in Uganda.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone. First, I would like to thank the people, the government, and the President of Uganda for organizing this summit and their warm welcome and their hospitality. Second, I just want here to highlight my bank, Salam Somali Bank. I am the CEO of Salam Somali Bank. Salam Somali Bank is part of Hormuz Group. Hormuz is the biggest telecom company in Somalia. It also provides the biggest mobile money in Somalia. The group consists of different sectors and different companies, including Beko, which is the biggest electricity company, and Bruj, which is the biggest construction company in Somalia, and many others. Salam Somali Bank became operational in 2009. At that time, the country had no banks for 20 years. So you can imagine starting a bank in a country that had banks for 20 years. Since then, many things came and many developments took place in the country. Today, there are more than 10 banks operational in Somalia. So you can see the gap and the difference between 2009 and now 2022. Salam Somali Bank is also the largest bank in Somalia. It has branches in all major cities in the country. In Mogadishu alone, we have more than 15 branches. We have also agencies in smaller towns. Salam Somali Bank has been very upfront in providing bank services for businesses, individuals, and government institutions. Salam Somali Bank is committed to finance projects that can create jobs and increase productivity and improve the economy. One of the successful projects that the bank has financed is a village called Dar es Salaam Village. The whole village is financed by Salam Somali Bank. And today, almost 1,000 family houses for middle income and diaspora has been built in that area. Among the success projects that we have financed is the biggest solar project. The large stage solar system has been financed by the bank. I think this summit will benefit for businesses, and it promotes trade and commerce between Somalia and Uganda, movements of products and services, as well as capital and human resources will become easier. So I call on Ugandan business to participate in investment in Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend from Salam Somali Bank. Capital is one of the most important factors in business development, and I'm glad that we're beginning to have access to banking, but also financial inclusion, like Dabshil Group mentioned, Mr. Ibrahim. Thank you very much. Lukman Petroleum Uganda is one of the investors that have invested in Uganda in the oil and gas sector. So please tell us what you've been able to do in Uganda, and then we'll move on to the questions.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished guest, Captain, and industry, and the media, all protocol observers, I wish you a very good afternoon. My name is Muhammad Sheikh. Allow me to, Your Excellency, to give you a brief introduction of our company, Lukman Petroleum, an oil marketing company that was incorporated in Kenya 2010, trading as a Lukman petrol station. We began our operation in Kenya, where we currently manage 15 state-of-art petrol stations over the last decade. We have extended our operation across in East Africa region, including 6 petrol stations in Uganda, 5 in South Sudan, and we are currently pursuing operation in Tanzania. In the next couple of months, Lukman Petroleum will introduce LPG to this product line, which will transform Lukman stations into a one-stop shop for all petroleum products and service. We are especially proud of our roll out in Uganda, which happened over just last 5 years, starting with only one petrol station in Rubaga Road, now included in Chambago, Kwembe, Entebbe, Changra, and Malaba. Lukman Petroleum is recognized by the Revenue Authority, one of the highest sector taxi payers in the country, and we are proud to employ over 200 Ugandans at our 6 locations. We acknowledge that beyond our hard work, the success and the quick rule of Lukman Petroleum Station in Uganda is because of the secure and enabling environment that makes both easy, profitable to operate and do business in Uganda. We are commended the government of Uganda for the conducive environment that supports our business operation, which continue to attract foreign investors in Uganda. From our experience, we encourage other Somali business and foreign investors to conduct Uganda for the next invest in our to the next investment. In our 5 years operation in Uganda, we have never encouraged or obstacle that has affected our work. We are happy and are coming to grow our investment here. Finally, I commend Your Excellency and your respective government for the noble idea of promoting Uganda-Somali partnership through investment, trade, and tourism, and commit that Lukman Badrulian will be in a body of initiative and the realization of this objective. I wish all of you succeed in this summit. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate one more time Lukman Petroleum Uganda. I think they brought out the picture for the reason why we're here is to inspire any investor out there that wants to invest in Uganda, that it is possible. And we have investors from Somaliland that have been able to invest in Uganda, but also, as you heard, they've been able to employ Ugandans and non-Ugandans. And for me, that's very critical. Morrison, earlier on, the chairman, Uganda Investment Authority, said, we have free land to give to investors. It's the only country in the whole world that gives out free land to investors. If you do not appreciate that, then I do not know why you wouldn't. They have one-stop service center where you have over 13 agencies of government in one place, and they can facilitate you just in hours of registering your business and starting business here and investing. That's a very huge milestone for the Ugandan economy. We've been here as Uganda Party since 1964. That's 58 years, and we have no complaints whatsoever, just like Lukman said. So we would like to appreciate the government of Uganda, but also the private sector foundation of Uganda for giving us an enabling environment to be able to operate and invest in the Ugandan economy. So speaking of a favorable business environment, and going to Dashbill, my friend Ismail Ibrahim Rashid, tell us of these factors, how have you been able to take and leverage on some of these factors and leverage on the opportunities that have been provided by government of Uganda, so that the person out there who wants also to believe that it is possible can know that actually it is indeed possible? How have you been able to leverage on these opportunities?
Thank you, Ian. That's definitely a very good question. How do we leverage the advantages that we have for us to take advantage of the business opportunity in Uganda? I'll look at the Financial Act, okay? And I'll look at that in three pillars, right? Number one, from a financial sector perspective, it is easy for us to do, FX is not really controlled or regulated. That is foreign currency, okay, exchange, okay? Is not really regulated. So it is easy for us to get foreign currency as people in the financial sector for Dapshil Group, or rather Dapshil Money Transfer. Secondly, it is easy to come and do business in Uganda. At the same time, it is easy for us to repatriate our profits back, all right? So those are very good advantages, especially for foreign investors when they're coming to a country. Thirdly, regulation as far as the central bank is concerned. Central bank has moved, generally, speaking, has moved from being an inspector to a regulator, and they support the money transfer, right? So it is an opportunity for us to be regulated and to learn, okay? Thirdly, we've said that as the Dapshil Group, we are moving from the brick and mortar branches to mobile telecommunication, rather mobile banking. If you look at the Financial Act again, by the Central Bank of Uganda, you only need to get a letter of no objection if you come in with an innovative product as far as financial technology is concerned, right? You just write to the Central Bank of Uganda, you get a letter of no objection, and as far as the regulation is concerned, you're put in a sandbox. And it is like the regulation keeps on growing as you keep on learning the environment. So those are some of the advantages that we've been able to take advantage of this market as Dapshil.
Thank you, Rashid, and thank you for taking advantage of some of those opportunities that are available for all investors out there, local or international investors.
Exactly.
You're all welcome to invest in Uganda and take advantage of what some of the opportunities that Ibrahim has been mentioning. Now, speaking of banking and continuing in the same line of discussion, Salam Somali Bank, I would like to know what would you advise the small and medium enterprises there? What opportunities are you offering? You are the biggest bank in Somalia. What opportunities would you offer to the small and medium enterprises here in Uganda?
I think the financial institutions, especially banks, the opportunity that financing, cross-border financing needs more other things that related to the governments and the relation between banks here in Uganda and in Somalia. Somalian banks are still in their first stage, and they haven't yet reached here in Uganda. I think this summit increases and promotes the trade between two countries, and that also increases the trade finance, the services that banks offer. It also increases and promotes the relationship between banks here in Uganda and banks in Somalia, and through that we can participate here, financing here in small and medium enterprises. As well, the banks here in Uganda, they can also finance small and business enterprises in Somalia through our banks. I think that angle will improve that.
Thank you very much, CEO Somali. Let's appreciate him. There's something that we need to understand from the Islamic banking, Mr. CEO of Salam Somali Bank. How does it work? Maybe someone out there wanted to know more about Islamic banking.
The Islamic financing the banks in general can be divided, the services that the banks provide can be divided into two sectors. One is loan, and the other one is the bank services like deposit taking and giving cards. When it comes to the deposit taking and the giving cards, in that service almost is the same the other banks. But when it comes to the loans, and when it comes to the other projects like Musharaka and Mudaraba, that is what differentiates Islamic banks from the other banks. And the Islamic finance, the other finances. The basics of Islamic finance, if it is the Musharaka, which is the joint venture, it's almost based in risk sharing. Risk sharing, the bank and the other companies that financed by the bank will share the profit and the loss. But when it comes the loans using through the murabaha and istisna and many others, that does not include the risk sharing between the bank and the financial companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't be mean at clapping, ladies and gentlemen. Please appreciate Salam Bank. Let's appreciate them one more time. I think they deserve better clap. Lukman Petroleum, as I said earlier on, some of the biggest investors in the oil and gas sector here in Uganda. And would like to know, in the past, of course, we faced some difficulties, especially in the previous escalating prices in oil and petroleum products. how have you been able to continue trading, and what are some of the challenges you faced, and have you been able to manage those challenges?
And normally we operate as a normal, and the fuel challenges is, normally Uganda get fuel from Kenya, we transport from there, we come to Uganda, and normally what goes up and down is the market price. So when the market go up, the fuel price go up normally. And we look, man, if I, as I said before, we start one station where we employ 10 people. And imagine now in 5 years, we get 6 stations where we get over 200 people. And we now invest in LPG. More we invested and more we employ more people and more we pay high taxes. And that was something we brought off. And I don't think, everywhere is a challenge, but we are handling, and I hope things will be normal and fuel will go down when those war, Ukraine and Russia. That's what causing the challenge of the fuel high price. And inshallah we will bust and things will get normal.
Inshallah, and indeed we shall manage. If I'm out there and they would like to invest in the petroleum industry in Uganda, especially oil and gas, what would be your advice and to the investor out there that wants to invest?
My advice, when we come in Uganda, we don't know anyone.
You didn't know anyone when you came to Uganda?
And we apply it, all the documents which needed, the petrol station, or you can operate. And anywhere we go, we have been welcomed, and we get good environment and everything we started. And we never face a problem. We never face a problem, but if you are a real investor, and you want to come here, Uganda, for oil, you can come as a normal, and there's no obstacle, there's no condition. You all follow the law and regulation for Uganda, then here you go, you get everything. And that's where you do.
Thank you, Lukman. I think that's a great testimony. Everywhere you go, you get what you want. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't that something to appreciate? I mean, the narrative is different with us, the investors. It's just the Wolokoso out there that you keep saying it is difficult, and there's favorability probably to the international investors. But the playing field you have had, it is fair enough that everywhere you go, you will get the service in the real time that you need it. So you're welcome to invest in Uganda, because Lukman has been able to be a testimony, and you've heard from him. And now, Drakad Seaport project, Said, I would like you to tell us what are your interests, and how would you want to collaborate with the investors in Uganda?
Okay, thank you very much, Ayan. Grad Seaport, as I said, is a mega investment project, infrastructure project in Somalia. And Uganda is not, in my understanding, is a landlocked, although it has a fresh water lake, but it doesn't have a sea. And we are building a very modern boat, not for only Somalia, but all the regions in Somalia. We need to trade with Uganda. We need Ugandan traders to come to Grad and use the port. We also invite those who are willing to participate in the investment of the project to come and see, and if they find that project viable, join us in the investment, so that not the Uganda country may not have a port, but Ugandans can become a port owner with us. And also, Somalia, it has been presented here that it has the longest coast in Africa, 3,333 kilometers, which is full of fish. And Uganda business people and investors can also take advantage of the fish in Somalia. And maybe a fish or a lobster in the high-end hotels in Uganda can have a dinner maybe for a $10 or maybe say 36,000 or 35,000 Ugandan shilling, where in Somalia maybe you can eat 2,000 or 3,000 or maximum 5,000 for a very good dish of fish. So we have a lot of fish, and we are building the infrastructure for utilizing the Somali blue economy or the marine economy. So this is a very potential project for Ugandan business people to join us, trade with us, and invest with us. So as maybe the brigadier said, there is always some nexus in every corner. So even in the business sector, and the collaboration and working together will help both parts, both Ugandan business people and the Somali business people, to collaborate so that we can develop our countries, create more opportunities for our youth, and facilitate the our countries. Maybe there is no big trading business now, but when both business people from Uganda and Somalis also do investment, the Somalis come to invest, like Luqman, Dahabshil, and Salam Bank do investment in Uganda, and at the same time, banks from Uganda and business people from Uganda also make an investment in Somalia. They will know more about the country, more opportunities will come, and more collaboration. And I think we can go far together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Said Jamal. I think there's no doubt that we can go further together. Speaking of the horn, the pearl, you know, from the horn you get pearls, isn't it? And I was speaking to my friend earlier on that most people used to call me a Somali in high school. Do I look like one? Because we are brothers, yet I'm a Muchiga from Kabale. So as far as Kabale, but I look like a Somali as far as Somaliland, isn't it? And my name is Jafar Ali. Without a doubt, I think there is, like the general said, we have a relationship, and we are not so different in terms of cultural upbringing. So I would like to appreciate this union and appreciate the government of Uganda for giving us this platform to be able to tell the world that it is possible to trade between Somali and the Ugandan economies. The Ugandan economy is moving into a surplus economy, isn't it? We have surplus of milk, surplus of cereals, poultry products, speaking of so many other products that now we're producing in surplus. And GRACAD here is, putting together an avenue where we can access markets in the Somaliland. And there is no doubt that we can trade into a big economy in the Somaliland. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I was given an opportunity to also give the audience a chance to ask one or two questions to our panelists. We have had panelists from GRACAD Seaport Project, Dashbill Group, Salam Somali Bank, and Luqman Petroleum. Is there any question that you would want to pass on? And I would like only 2 or 3 questions, just starting with the gentleman here in the blue tie. You tell us your name and your question and the person you're directing question to. Is there anyone else? Just shoot up your, okay, another gentleman in the, I'll call you. Another gentleman in a blue coat. I think I need a lady. If there's any other lady that, and you would want to, for gender balance and inclusion. Any lady that would like to ask our panel? Okay, so we'll take those 2 gentlemen, starting with you, sir. Your name and the question,
my name
and the
is,
person you're asking.
I would like to thank for the panel, all the guests, ministers, senior diplomats from the 2 countries. My name is Abdul Majid. I'm a time doctor at Mulago National Referral Hospital. I want to take advantage to thank the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda for the hospitality. As we are the Somali Community Association, I'm the health secretary of Somali Community Association in Uganda. My question is, as this business summit concerns about the business investment between the two countries, how the Somali healthy industries can benefit from the summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abid. You're a doctor from Mulago. Wow. Nice.
An intern doctor at Mulago, and also head of the Somali health team in Uganda. Ah, there you go.
Awesome. Yes, the gentleman in the blue coat, your name and your question and the person you're asking.
Thank you very much. I'm Katongole Abdul Hakim, a youth advocate running a charity organization basically in health sector. I dedicate the question to Salam Somali Bank. They talked about the opportunity of taking a step in the pharmaceutical aspect in Somalia. If we come out, how is the bank going to be able to assist us in establishing the different ideas, let me say the pharmacies in Somalia? Then the other question I would dedicate it to the C project, basically. Where are we leaving the aspect of the climate change in terms of business? Because now we are looking at setting up the mining industries, the petroleum, but how are you going to turn to the climate aspects? Thank you.
Okay, the last one over there, I think there's someone with a hand. And then we'll come back to the panel to answer some of these awesome
I have
questions.
seen a lady. Do you want me to go to the lady?
The lady, yes.
There was, okay.
The lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Catherine Nanteza, and my question goes to Salam Somali Bank. I've not heard, or I missed it, about the interest rates coming from the real estate sector. I'd like to hear more what opportunities lie for the real estate group, especially the private sector, from our friends from Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start with Somali Bank. I think you have two questions, and most of I think the questions, they want to understand more on the opportunities that you provide, starting with the...
Ian, just one more lady, surely. We have to balance the equation.
It's all good.
All right, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Shali Kongai. I am the president of the Association of Real Estate Agents. And my question goes to the bank as well. We would like to know what products you have for the real estate. And also, I would like to find out about the process of getting into business in Somalia. So how do we get there legally? And how easy is it for us if we are going to invest there to acquire property and all the legal process? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shali. I think, Mr. Dubo, the last question is yours. How easy do we invest in Somalia, and how easy can we buy property and invest in real estate? I think I'll give you an opportunity later on to address that. But starting with Somali Bank, I think the participants would like to understand more opportunities that you bring to Uganda, especially looking at the pharmaceutical industry and the real estate.
I think the opportunities here, we work in Somalia, and we have the branches here in Uganda. I think people, they mix up with Salam African Bank that has both a branch here in Uganda. So if you mean that Salam African Bank can give the real answer, and Salam Somali Bank is in Somalia. We don't have branches here in Uganda, but this summit will facilitate to make cooperation between Somali banks and banks in Uganda, and through this, we will get to finance or to contribute the financing here in Uganda. If businesses in Uganda move and start in Somalia, then we welcome them and we provide them the necessary finance that they need. The finance can be in Musharaka, which is a joint venture, which is based in loss and profit sharing, and it can also be direct loan. If it is direct loan, there is no loss, as I have mentioned, but the bank, Islamic banks, they do not normally give the cash. They buy the customer for the product that the customer wants. So in terms of the real estate, the bank buys for you a house that you want or the building that you want. It can also finance the construction company, which we call in Islamic finance istisna. That construction company then build for you the building that you want, especially if it is the big buildings like towers. So if the question is businesses here in Uganda, we do not have branches yet here in Uganda, but we are going to work with the banks here, in commercial banks here in Uganda. If the answer, the question goes to Ugandan businesses coming to Somalia, then we welcome them and we finance them.
Thank you very much. I hope that was. Did he answer the questions as expected? Okay. So before probably we go into the C project. C project had a question on climate change. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao. You're welcome, sir, to this engagement. It's good to have you here. C project, you had a question on climate change and how you're able to prepare for the environmental shocks that probably would affect the existence of such projects that you're doing.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Like huge construction project is like ours, and always has some impact on the climate. But what we have done is that we have done an impact assessment and of the environmental impact assessment of the project. We have set some guidelines to address all the emerging issues, and we, with the help of the Somali government and the regional government of Puntland, we make continuous auditing of that assessment so that the impact of the project is addressed, so that doesn't cause an environmental disaster or calamity. And the other, I think the question was much relevant is in that and in the mining. It was, well, I think somehow related to mining. Yes, most of the African countries have not exploited in their mining, and yes, ports are very important because in both export and importing our resources, and we need to be very cautious and understand the climate impact. And I think with the help of the Somali government and the concerned institutions, we will work with all institutions to address the climate impact of the project and the other related projects like the mining, which will, of course, this project will encourage. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Salim for that submission. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the panelists an opportunity to give parting shots. I think we've been here for quite some time. Grakat Seaport Project, Dashbill Group, Salam Somali Bank, and Lukman Petroleum Uganda. Let's appreciate them one more time for allowing to come here and testify and also give you their part of the story on how being able to invest in Uganda and the possibilities that, that are available and opportunities so that you can take part of them. Starting with Dashbill Group, Mr. Ibrahim Rashid, your parting shots, then we go to Grakat Seaport Project and Salam Somali Bank and Lukman Petroleum Uganda, in that order.
Thank you, Ian. First is to thank the organizers for bringing us together, and like we said, we all look alike, so we must have come from the same area, right? Or rather, the same origin. Having said that, this kind of participation enables us to definitely exchange ideas. So we will, as a Dapshil Group, try to mix with the Ugandan team as well as the team from Somalia, who some may have been our customers, to try and see how we can cement that relationship. Secondly, like I said before, the Dapshil Group is in various sectors, right in from oil and gas to real estate, and it's very palatable when we hear that land is free. So we give our commitment to ensure that these are areas that we will be looking at, investing further investments into Uganda. Thirdly, there is direct investment which is ours, but there's also trying to support the business community, which again, it is a commitment from the Dapshil Group, the banks, the real estate, for the joint ventures, that we are a trustworthy team, a team that you can talk to, and we will be open for those discussions in the other meetings that will follow. So thank you very much, and we look forward to this kind of discussions between the Ugandan team and the Somalia team, inshallah. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. Grakat Seaport Project.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank for the organizers of this interaction and event. It was really very fruitful, and to see the opportunities available for both parties, the Somali business community and their counterparty in Uganda. And we have seen the opportunities in Uganda, and I would want to encourage the Uganda business and the government to welcome the Somali investors. Somalia has over 4 million diaspora living in North America and Europe who are very potential investors. They have invested in Kenya. Some of them have invested in Uganda and many other parts in the world, Dubai and South Africa. But if they see, the opportunities that are there, but the permit and the travel and the movement of money, as the bank sector said, the money of them will come. We will also we have presented the opportunities in Somalia. We have seen how fast Somalia is changing from a war-torn country to a very fast developing and emerging economy. So there is a lot of opportunities for both countries, and we appreciate and we need both parties to take mutual initiatives of investment in both countries. We say in the sea, there is a concept which says that when the tide goes up, it shifts both the small and the big vessel or the boat, so that we need the vessel, we need the tide to take everyone, and no one should be left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Salam Somali Bank.
Yeah, I also think the organizers of this summit will produce mutual interest between, and increase the mutual interest between Uganda and Somalia. And I would like to tell the Ugandan government and the Ugandan businesses that Somalia is the initial stage of development. So any country or any business that comes to Somalia will get the first moved advantage. So it is time that the Ugandan business, they think about investing in Somalia, and Somali businesses as well, they get to know the opportunities here in Uganda. And like summits like this will open the chance that both businesses from Somalia and Uganda get to know each other, and to make improvements and joint ventures. And in banking sector, we get relationship with the banks in Uganda, and that will facilitate the movement of the capital and movement of money. And it increases the trade finance that the banks offer, and I think this will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Lukman, Petroleum Uganda, the parting shot, please.
First, I'm really thanking the organizer of this event, both governments in Uganda government and Somali government and all organizers. And really, I believe it will open the door. A lot of people who scarce and wanting to come and invest here, when they come and listen to the stories and how people come and invest us, I think we will attract a lot of people, and I hope we will continue for like this summit. And really, for me, I really appreciate.
Let's appreciate the panel, ladies and gentlemen.
All organizers there, for the government present who allow us. It's easy, to come here and do your business with freely easy without stopping anything. So, and you have that confidence that you can move and do anything without fear and scaring that peace. And we thank you for Uganda government, excellent of President Yoweri Museveni. Was excellent.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panel, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing to be here and to be able to give us an opportunity to have an insight into their businesses. For me, that's special. And on behalf of the Private Sector Foundation in Uganda, I would like to appreciate all of you for coming, but also for listening to us. I personally work with Uganda-Bati Limited, and on behalf of Uganda-Bati, as Head of External Affairs, I would like to appreciate PSFU and the government of Uganda for giving us an enabling environment to continue serving Ugandans with quality products. We look forward to continuing investing in this country, but also knowing that there is an opportunity to access also a much bigger market in Somalia. We look forward to partnering with many of you that are here in the other engagements that we're going to have to see how we can partner together in the steel sector. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ian and his panel. Please take your seats. You can now take your seats. Our hosts, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I just wanted to confirm that this Uganda-Somalia Business Investment and Business Summit is being broadcast live on Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. And in fact, while Ian was speaking about Uganda-Bati, my team asked that I send him an invoice for the ad he made for Uganda-Bati in the introduction of himself. So Ian, I will come with the invoice. They sent me a WhatsApp of the invoice, so I'll be coming. I want to take the pleasure of recognizing the presence of the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao. There you go. To our Somalia delegation, you are allowed to say congratulations, and he will be taking the congratulations and the gifts that come with the congratulatory messages. Thank you, Honorable Norbert Mao, for joining us for this very historic investment and business summit. The live broadcast on UBC is, of course, facilitated by the Uganda Investment Authority, and we want to thank the Uganda Investment Authority for that. There is the B2B meetings, the business-to-business meetings. Some are ongoing, and if you are one of those who wants to have those B2B meetings, the room is Majestic. It's Majestic Hall at the conference side, on the conference hall side. Majestic Hall. You will find a team from the Uganda Investment Authority and a team from the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and a team from the Investment and Trade Center, the Somali Investment Promotion Office, also in that room. So you'll find the three categories of people: the Somalia Investment and Promotion Office, plus the Uganda Investment Authority, and the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. I wanted very quickly, as I invite Brenda Opas. Brenda is from the Uganda Export Promotions Board. She's going to run us through the next panel, and Brenda will invite her panelists. As Brenda comes, allow me to recognize the following categories of people, and in a very special way. There is a team from the Ministry of Trade. I know they're led by the Minister who is already here, the Honorable Harriet Ntabazi. So the Ministry of Trade staff who are here, please stand. In case you're not busy and you're not in the B2B meetings, Ministry of Trade Uganda, please stand. That is the Ministry of Trade. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have a team, Brenda. We have a team from Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture, if you're here, Ministry of Agriculture, Uganda. I just wanted to, because I know they are here, they might be at the stall. Of course, the Ministry of Finance is led here by the Honorable Evelyn Anite, and there are other members of staff from the Ministry of Finance to facilitate this business. I want, in a very special way, to recognize the team from the Directorate of Immigration and Citizenship. Please stand, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Uganda. Yes, there you go. Thank you so much for coming. Also, in a very special way, the Uganda Revenue Authority. Please stand for recognition. Uganda Revenue Authority. There you go. These conversations will not happen with this category of people. Now, may I also recognize, and I know he stood under the Minister of Trade because that's where he falls, Livingstone Biru. He's the Executive Director of the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. And again, allow me recognize the chair. He's representing the chair here of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, Badrun Tege. Badrun Tege, please stand. Has he moved away? He's representing the Private Sector Foundation. Can I request the Private Sector Foundation, if you're here, to stand? I've seen one of the board members, our friend Ragadi, who is here representing the arts. Yes, and I've seen Madame there. That is the private sector. They have a bigger team, including some of the executive members of that team. I also want, in a very special way, to recognize the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Olive Chigongo. Please stand for recognition. Your counterpart on the other side will be introduced later. The Chamber of Commerce Somalia is also represented here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a full team facilitated by the Minister of Foreign Affairs to come and engage in this conversation on trade and investment. But allow me transition to Ms. Brenda Opas. She's going to run us through the next panel. Brenda, unfortunately, I may interrupt you in your panel, and when that happens, allow me to interrupt you. She will be looking at investment and trade opportunities in Uganda. Allow Brenda to invite her panel. You're welcome, Brenda.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Our honorable ministers, our distinguished guests from Somalia, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'd like to appreciate very, very much this kind of congregation, this kind of discussion. I think this is very key for our country. And like Maurice says, my name's Brenda Katarikawe Opus. I work with Uganda Export Promotion Board. And at the heart of our institution, this kind of deliberations is what we yearn for. So I'd like to thank the government of Uganda and the government of Somalia that have enabled this kind of event to happen. So ladies and gentlemen, my session will really be to speak to the Somalia delegation about what Uganda's potential is, because they have come all the way here for business, and Uganda, we are ready for business, like Ian said, in terms of production. A lot of our sectors are now producing surplus. So we'll speak to very specific sectors, but there's a lot more that will be going on in the B2B. The B2B section, like Maurice says, is around the corner in the Majestic Room. So if you're interested in having a private discussion with business people, that room is open for you. So in our panel today, we will have some of our key sectors represented. And we picked these not because they're the only ones, but we've had specific interest from the Somalia delegation. They want our teas, they want our coffee, they want our milk. So some of these sectors that will be here will really be talking about how ready each of these sectors are, and therefore they are ready for business. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our panelists. We'll start with the coffee. We're having one of our key, he has a big passion to coffee, and he's very, very interested in dealing with business people from Somalia. Inspire Africa. He is serving coffee already. For those who have tasted his coffee, I'm sure you know how good it is. So do we have Inspire Africa here? Mr. Tugume, please come up. We are also having the Uganda Fruits and Vegetable Association. I know that a lot of our Somalia delegation is interested in our fruits and vegetables. I would like to invite Madam Hasfa Tushabe to come and sit with me up here. Now, Dairy Development Authority, I hope we have somebody representing the authority. If we have somebody from Dairy Development Authority, please come up so that we hear from you as well. We have representation also from Uganda Sugar Manufacturers Association. Sugar is one of those that was on the top list for our Somalia delegation. They are very interested in buying sugar from us. I know there's a lot of discussion that has already been happening in that space. So can we have Mr. Jim Kabeho to come and speak on behalf of the Sugar Manufacturers Association? Uganda Tea Development Agency, do we have somebody representing the tea? Uganda Tea Development Agency, anybody? Yes, please come. Please come. And so, Dairy Development, okay. So we have Dairy Development. I don't see Mr. Tugume, Inspire Africa. Coffee, sorry. Okay, then we have the Islamic University. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, do we have a representative from the tourism sector? Tourism. Do we have a representative from Uganda Tourism Board or the tours and travel tourism, or a private sector, somebody in that business? Okay. So I think now we have our panel. Our panel is ready, and I will start. Beg your pardon? You have culture. Who is here? Okay, so I will start with the team I have. Okay, Mr. Ragadi, you're welcome to speak about the art and culture. I'm sure, careful, the stairs are a bit weak. Okay, so let's start our discussion, and really the panel here is to pitch and tell our visitors about these sectors, our capacity to actually provide exactly what our Somali delegation wants. We have the capacity, we have the quantities that you would require. So I'm sure when you put two business minds together, definitely you get key results. So I'm looking forward to major results out of this forum in terms of the kind of business we are getting out of here. So let me now request our panelists, each one of them will introduce themselves, tell us about, very briefly, about the institution they are coming from, but also specifically pitch for the sector and tell us what they are able to do in terms of business, so that we have each one of you pitching for about 3 minutes, and then after that, we can have the Q&A. So I'm sure we'll have questions coming in. So I'll start with Dairy Development Authority. Please switch on your microphone, introduce yourself, and tell us how prepared you are to service the Somali delegation and trade with them. You're welcome. Sorry,
Thank you.
Nelson, please come up.
Honorable ministers present, Excellency the ambassadors present, colleagues, directors and executive directors of agencies, the leaders of the business community for our great nations, ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome. As you know, the Dairy Development Authority is a regulatory agency of the dairy sector in this country. We develop the sector, we regulate the sector, and promote the drinking of milk. And it was formed in 1998 with those mandates. So we have been at the game for about 24 years, and we are very proud that in those years we have been able to do the following. We have been able to oversee the development of the sector from the times of deficiency, where we used to import powdered milk and reconstitute it for our population, to the point of surplus, where we produce currently 2.8 billion liters of milk every year. That translates to approximately 7.4 million liters per day. We have been able to see the growth of the sector, the growth rate of 3.2 per annum. And we have been able to be an example of a regulatory agency, not only in East Africa, but in Africa as a whole. We have been able to reduce the post-harvest losses from 24% in 2008 to currently 12%. This has not been just a small game, but it has been as a result of developing a robust regulatory system in this country. And how have we done it? Government has invested a lot of money to ensure that our regulatory agency is robust at different levels of of dairy value chain. We have systems at where milk is produced that ensure that clean milk leaves the farm. We have investment at transport and processing to ensure that every milk that leaves the farm to be transported to the bulking center is of high quality standard. At the level of marketing, processing and marketing, we have a system that ensures that every milk that leaves the factory is the highest quality anybody could desire to drink. We are very privileged to do that. And as a result, we have been able to raise consumer confidence to the point that we have attracted the high-end markets to buy our product. These include USA. USA buys our milk through casein, concentrated whey. Japan buys our milk. India buys our milk. These are very high-end markets which just don't take anything. But because we have been able to demonstrate our regulatory capacity, and we have passed all the regulatory audits that we go through every year by those high-end markets. Currently, as I have told you, we produce more milk than we can process. We produce 7.4 per day, but our processing capacity is currently 3.4. That leaves a whole 4 million liters every day unprocessed. And this is an area of potential for investment. I'm going to be saying my prayer as we go on in case I'm interrupted by other issues of the program. So that means when I talk about dairy value chains, I don't only mean processing of milk. I also mean all other inputs in the dairy industry, including feed, including equipment, including the cold chain. Those are areas of investment. What makes our Ugandan milk thick and admired by everybody, including those high-end markets? For those who know, we have several milk production systems. Uganda largely produces almost 99% of our milk is organic. As our brothers and sisters in Somalia grow in GDP, grow in the economy, the households being richer than what they were, you need to refine your habits of eating. Make your plate healthy. And one of the things you can do is stop drinking junk milk, which is produced under concentrated production systems, where animals are fed on the food of animal origin. And we have seen diseases come up, BSE, etc., etc. But all our milk, 99%, is produced organically. And that's why it is being sought after all over the world. We are privileged by nature to be located where we have grass all the time. And when you sample our grass, you will get a variety of them that have different, very high protein concentration suitable for production of organic milk. We have got several products that we make. I'm sorry I couldn't come with my iPad. The details were there because of security issues. But we have pasteurized milk of different types. 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, which you can buy and can reach Somalia in good quality, and you keep it longer. We have got UHT milk, long shelf life milk, that you can put in your fridge for a longer time than other milks, types of milk. We have yogurts. For all of you, some people say, milk, give me upsets. There are different products suitable for every type of a consumer. And I have instituted even an innovation award to ensure that those who fortify their product, those who modify their product to create more market, especially those who don't drink, they get the award every year. And we have all the products that everybody can consume. We have got cheese Our cheese, organic cheese, cannot match any other cheese in the world. This is what we are told by those who buy it. And these cheese are of different types. The consumers know the types of cheese. We have got powdered milk. This one, industrial powdered milk, and powdered milk that you can constitute on the table. All these products are here. My prayer is that we can invest in those areas and make a lot of money out of the dairy value chain. My prayer is that you buy our milk, because I didn't see Somalia in the list of those who buy our milk officially. Maybe some border trades and other ways of trade. But we need to see the volumes of our imports of milk increase, such that our men in uniform also have something from home on their table. I want to take this opportunity to stop here for the sake of time and leave my colleagues time. But we are open for investment. The investment colleague has already told you incentives we give. And every year we license people to do the investment and do trade in milk and dairy products. Even last week, we licensed some Egyptians who came and want to produce a lot of milk, so that we have investors also from Somalia to get the resource from the source. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think he needs a bigger clap. I think Mr. Kansime has done justice in terms of proving that Uganda is ready. We have the volumes, we have the space for investment, and so what better information would you need in terms of dairy? So I won't go through what he has said, you all heard. At the end, we will be able to ask questions. So let's now allow our coffee, Inspire Africa. Mr. Tugume, please tell us about coffee and the capacity, so that I know that you already have something here, so you can also tell us what is good about Ugandan coffee and invite people to taste it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Nelson Tugume, CEO Inspire Africa and Coffee City. I'm a coffee farmer, and I'm proudly to say so, but also I'm inviting everyone to come for a cup of coffee. Anytime is coffee time. So outside there, please come for a cup of coffee. Our friends from Somalia, I know you must be lacking some energies. Please come pick a cup of coffee so that you can have some energy to continue the day, and probably break that one deal on a cup of coffee. I always tell people, small cups, great deals. So I believe you can have great deals closed on a cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Brenda, and everyone for coming to Uganda, especially our friends from Somalia. Protocol observed. I want to quickly say that coffee is a $460 billion industry. We have about 4 billion cups every day taken around the world. You have big economies like America taking about 400 million cups a day. You have about 300 million cups right now being pushed in Europe. China is pushing to about 250 million cups a day. You have now in China, actually in a city called Shanghai, having more coffee shops than New York. And you have another country called Uganda, the home of Robusta. As they say that the home of Arabica is Ethiopia. And therefore we are about 85% Robusta growing country, and 15% is Arabicas. But also what is more interesting, and please, friends, listen to this. What is more interesting is that our 15% of Arabica is more than Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, and Somalia all combined.
What do you know about Somalia? What imagery do you have in your mind of this country? Here is an exciting new story of Somalia. Emerging from a difficult past, we are embracing new possibilities. Our economy has grown consistently at 3% over the past 4 years, with a steady rise in disposable income. A strong local consumption is expanding opportunity for local production in agro-processing and fast-moving consumer goods. Working with international partners, we are deepening stability, opening up every mile for a fresh start. Somalia has a 3,300-kilometer coastline, the longest in Africa, and on it, we are building some of Africa's most modern ports and logistical infrastructure, with convenient connectivity to the continent's major trade corridors. Our location in the Horn of Africa is strategic. We are a true gateway for Africa to trade with the world, with up to 7 ports providing capacity and efficiency. These are Berbera, Bosaso, Garad, Hobyo, Mogadishu, Barawe, and Kismayo. Port Berbera is the shortest sea route to Ethiopia and a major hub for livestock export. Having already joined the 19-member Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, or COMESA, Somalia has now taken steps to join the East African Community, the continent's most integrated region.
Brenda, maybe you should also ask our organizers to bring us some coffee. Thank you. I hope the DJs have gone for a cup of coffee. I hope this was not a coffee break. Anyway, so I was talking about Uganda, and allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to link Uganda and Somalia. I've just got some scanty numbers that actually 85% of what Somalia is taking in terms of coffee comes from Europe. But what is so unfortunate is that the 85% of coffee that comes from Europe, it's all imported from Uganda, most of it. But it comes to Europe and then comes to Somalia. And friends, this is a dilemma actually. This is a big animal that we're having. It's not about Somalia. You go to Algeria, you go to Morocco, you go to Egypt, you go to Ivory Coast, you go to Ghana. All the coffees imported there first goes to Europe, to Swiss, and then comes to those countries. And to me, this is an opportunity for our Somalis friends and Ugandan friends to look at bilateral discussions today and this week to make sure we close deals where we see Ugandan coffee from Uganda to Somalia. I believe that Somalia is a good market. Our president has been talking about value addition of our coffee, and when you get out, you will see how much we've added value to our coffee. A time I think is this, and this is the right time when fantastic discussions need to happen, where we need to have our value-added product of coffee from here to Somalia direct. I would like to speak to different government officials, especially when it comes to coffee. And I know you know this very well. People, the numbers, Minister of Trade, Uganda Investment Authority. I know you know this. That the other markets that we are talking about, the American markets, the European markets, the Chinese markets, they are saturated. There are other already people, the Guatemalas, the Honduras, the Nicaraguas, the Colombia, the Brazil, are already circulated in those markets. Could it be the time right now to probably close a deal? I'm sorry I use this private language. I hope you will forgive me. We close this deal today or the next day on how we need to have our value coffee added products and investments made in Somalia. I can tell you actually for a fact that Somalis take more coffee than Ugandans. I know Ugandans, you need to improve on your coffee culture for you to be able to understand your coffee and actually benefit from it. Allow me to tell you this, that until you stop taking coffee husks, you know, you understand when I say coffee husks, I see most of you are proud to go in the supermarket and buy those soluble coffees. Those are cheap grades, the broken coffees, the coffee husks. And that's what I see Ugandans mostly having in your offices and your homes. But you must understand your beans. You must understand how your coffee tastes. And then you'll be able to convince the Somalis and the rest of the world to have your own coffee because you'll be believing in it. I really want to thank you and probably looking forward to this discussion. Uganda coffee to the world, Uganda coffee to Somalia. God bless you.
A round of applause for Nelson. I think we now know what the coffee sector has to offer. And in terms of preparedness, we are ready. You can even test a cup of coffee before we leave. Thank you so much, Nelson. Now, we shall continue to have this discussion. We need a cup of tea and a cup of coffee before we leave here. So I will invite our representative from the Uganda Tea Development Agency to speak to us about tea. And then from tea, we shall have sugar so that we finalize the cup. So cup of tea, cup of coffee. So you're welcome, Uganda Tea Development Agency. Please speak to us about the potential of tea in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Our honorable ministers present, members of parliament present, the Chief of Defense Forces, the Somali delegation present, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ejiku Robert. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Uganda Tea Development Agency. We take care of the interests of smallholder tea farmers in the entire western part of Uganda, starting right from northwest all the way to southwest. Northwest, that is Zombo, all the way to southwest in Kabale. We have 4 processing factories that process about 1/6 of what this country produces in tea. The main product in tea that's produced from Uganda is black tea. There are other types of tea that we don't commonly produce in Uganda. There is a very insignificant amount that is being produced called the green tea, which is predominantly produced in China. In much more volumes, of course, in China than black tea. The tea sector in this country is worth about $300 million. And of that $300 million, the exports represent about $250 million. I know my coffee colleague was speaking about coffee in terms of forex. tea fetches about a third of what coffee brings in this country. So as a crop, as a cash crop, it's a very significant crop for this country. Now, there is so much unexploited potential in this country to produce tea, black tea and even other types. Because presently, as we speak, 45,000 hectares of land is under tea production. Now, in the areas where tea is already growing, over 60,000 hectares of land is available for new production, for new fields to be opened up and for new production to come up. Uganda, as you know, has one of the best arable lands in Africa. What that means is, in terms of the agroecological map of Africa, Uganda's land, up to 90% of Uganda's land can grow tea. So that means beyond the 60,000 hectares of land that is available for increased production, that potential, there is much more land elsewhere. And tea in this country mostly is grown in the central part and the western part that I have just described. Annually,
sorry, I will interrupt briefly. Our chief guests are on their way, so you shall briefly speak about the tea. I want the sugar person to also speak briefly, and then we shall have an opportunity to continue once they arrive. So you can quickly just give another 2 minutes to you, Mr. Ejiku, and then I'll invite Mr. Jim Kabeho for the sugar. Please go ahead.
So our annual production of tea is 80 million kilos of tea, and of that 85% is exported, and the other balance is locally blended. So there are several opportunities in tea that I will address myself to once we come back after the interruption that Brenda is talking about. But I would like just to state that of the 9 significant producers of tea in Africa, Uganda is the number 2 biggest producer of black tea, and also at the same time exporter. Number 1, of course, is Kenya, that produces about 85% of the tea in the region. But Uganda comes in second with about 13% of the tea production in the region. And most of our exports, 40% goes to Pakistan, another 20% is to Egypt, 12% to United Arab Emirates, 9% to UK, 6% to the Russia and the CIS states, Sudan 4%, and more significantly, Somalia 1%. Somalia is a significant consumer of the tea from this country and from the region. We'll give more statistics and then investment opportunities for those interested in investing in this area, in this country, and even in other parts of the country, because tea is a structured business. We sell through an auction, which is in Mombasa. So the opportunity is there. And beyond that, there are primary opportunities from production along the value chain, primary value addition and secondary value addition. Because you cannot pluck tea and take it direct as leaves. There has to be primary processing. And that in this country is done by 32 factories that I would value at an estimated $500 million. That's a huge investment in factories to process tea. I would like to stop here, given that we have an interruption coming up shortly. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Ejiku. Thank you so much, Mr. Ejiku. And I mean, given my history in the tea sector, I really value what he's talking about, because I'm a child of tea. My parents have had their life in tea, and we've all grown up on some of these tea shambas. So I'd like to invite our Somali delegation to visit some of our factories, some of our growing areas down in the west that he was talking about. First of all, the scenery is beautiful, but also the kind of product you get out there is amazing. So let's complete our cup of tea with the sugar. Allow me to invite our representative from the Uganda Sugar Manufacturers Association, Mr. Jim Kabeho, to tell us about sugar and our capacity to be able to sell this product to our delegates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda, and I'm happy to talk about sugar after tea and coffee, because tea and coffee are not complete unless they have sugar. My name is Jim Kabeho. I'm the chairman, I'm executive director with Madvan Group, but also the chairman for Uganda Sugar Manufacturers Association. The sugar industry in Uganda dates way back in 1930s and was the first in East Africa. And by early 70s, Uganda was producing about 140,000 tons of sugar, exporting 20 of that to outside quarters. In the 70s, like any other sector during Amin's regime, all sectors collapsed and the sugar industry collapsed completely. Until late 80s, when the new government, the same government now, started and recognized the importance of sugar and supported its rehabilitation. Sugar grew at 20% per annum, with new investments coming in and diversifications, such that by last year, we were able to put on the market 620,000 tons. And this year, we budget to put 750,000 tons, of which 400,000 are for local consumption and 300 are for export, with another 60 for industrial sugar. This, we hope it will increase because all acreage in Uganda supports cane growing. What we require is a regulation, which is missing, to direct the investment and increase the sugar production. On value addition, sugar alone is not enough, and most companies have gone to diversify by going into cogeneration. We have the biggest cogeneration here in Uganda. In Africa, actually, the biggest is in Uganda, producing 50 megawatts from cogeneration, and it's the number 2 next to hydropower. We also have, from molasses, we get ethanol and extra neutral alcohol for the supply of spirits, whiskeys, etc. There are also other opportunities in paper making, fertilizer, and distilleries. Market opportunities. The whole of East Africa, most companies are sugar deficit producers. It's only Uganda that became a sugar surplus producer in 2015. Since then, it has been increasing its production, and we supply our sugar to the surrounding countries of Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Zaire, Burundi. The East African market has a deficit of 1.2 million tons, and with coming up of Somalia, this will increase to about 1.5. There are therefore an opportunity for investment into sugar, and the coming up of African Free Trade Area with Africa with a deficit of 7 million tons is an opportunity for more sugar production, so we can reduce these imports from India, Brazil, and make our own sugar here to save the foreign exchange. Why are we here as a sugar industry? The sugar market is very important for us to access the sugar market in Somalia, but also we want to join hands and make joint ventures to exploit the investments of sugar industry both here in Uganda and in Somalia. So I'll be more interested into seeing the Somali people who are interested in investing into sugar, and also those who want to buy our sugar. Thank you very much.
Brenda, I will interrupt you very shortly. I want to let our guests know that our head of state, His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has arrived. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way. Your Excellency, we want to welcome you and thank you so much for joining us. But I was also told we will be allowed to continue with our conversation as we await our visiting head of state. So Brenda, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Ladies and gentlemen, as His Excellency takes his seat, I'd like to request that you give Mr. Kabeho a round of applause. I think he has confirmed in terms of our sugar sector that all is well and we can do business. I know that some of you have already had some discussions with the sugar sector, and I'm praying that we have some deals cracked at this point. So after our cup of tea and our cup of coffee, we can now have some fruits and vegetables. So I will ask our representative from the Uganda Fruits and Vegetable Association to briefly speak about the association. I know that it's an association of exporters and producers who are currently already exporting into UAE, EU. So Madam Hasfa, just tell us a bit about the potential of Uganda fruits and vegetables sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Tushabe Hasfa, coordinator for Uganda Fruits and Vegetable Exporters and Producers Association. We are an association for farmers. Okay. We are an association of farmers and exporters of fruits and vegetables. When you talk about the fruit and vegetable industry in this country, you are talking about an industry that supports 2.5 million Ugandans directly, mostly women and youth, and also 5 million Ugandans that benefit from the fruit and vegetable industry indirectly. The fruit and vegetable sector contributes to tangible employment of very many youth and women, but also contributes tremendously to the exports of Uganda as a country. Our major exports have been to the European Union, the UK, the Middle East, and the UAE. But we are doing a lot of cross-border trade, where we are trading with our neighbors, Sudan, Kenya, Rwanda, where we are exporting different fruits and vegetables to these countries. So within East Africa, we are sharing a meal, and that is very positive for us. When you look at the fruits and vegetables that are exported on a daily out of Entebbe Airport, you get 85% of the total exports that leave Entebbe as fruits and vegetables. And then 90% of the regional trade on food is fruits and vegetables. Now, Uganda has more than 72 exporting companies that are export ready to trade with Somalia, because they're already trained to trade with other parts of the world, and they're already doing so.
When you look at what Uganda exports, we are exporting our organic food. This food is carefully grown by our farmers. Our bananas, apple bananas, the pineapple. The Ugandan pineapple is the sweetest in the world, and whoever has tasted it knows this. We have products like avocado, where Uganda, next to South Africa, has almost 4 seasons of avocado, meaning that we can be able to supply all year round. All the fruits and vegetables fulfill and adhere to the quality requirements of the export market. We adhere to the safety requirements of feeding people's families. And when you look at what we export as a country in the F&V sector, you observe that we are well positioned to supply the Somali market, where we want Somalia to test the Uganda's freshness of our fruits and vegetables, so that we are sharing a meal on that plate, an organic meal of our fresh fruits and vegetables. We also understand that as a market, Somalia has key export requirements that we are supposed to fulfill in order to penetrate this market, and would ably want to understand what it would take us to penetrate this market. But also, we would also want to see that we have a fruit and vegetable arena, a one-stop center for Ugandan food, that if you are in the Somalia market, at least somebody should be able to point you to a center where you could be able to find Ugandan's fruits and vegetables. When you actually look at what we want to do, is that for us, we are looking for a market. We want to penetrate the Somalia market and be there to export our different fruits and vegetables to this destination. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Hasfa Tushabe. Thank you so much for ably presenting about the fruits and vegetable sector. And I think, like she says, we have organic fruits, we have the capacity to supply. And I'd like to assure our delegation from Somalia that we have Uganda Airlines, which directly flies into Somalia, and therefore there is no excuse in terms of whether our fresh produce can actually get into Somalia as fresh as it is from Uganda. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now switch from products to services, and we have 2 sectors represented. We have one on the creatives, and then we have one on the education. So allow me to invite our representative from the education sector, Islamic University in Uganda. I know you already have a number of students from Somalia, so you are good testimony to confirm that as education in Uganda, we are able to share and sell our services to Somalia for their children to study here. You're welcome, sir.
My name's Professor Ismail Simba Jagenda, Rector, Islamic University in Uganda. Your Excellency, all distinguished guests, including honorable ministers and our guests from Somalia, peace be upon you, assalamu alaikum. IUIU is an intergovernmental and international university. It started over 34 years ago in 1988, and we want to thank the government of Uganda under the wise leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for having enabled that dream that had been on the books for a long time to take fruition. We are here to say that universities must be part and parcel of partnering with government and private sector for development. First, I'll just give a brief on the current status. In 1988, we started with 80 students in only 2 faculties. Now we have about 10,000 students in 8 faculties. And these faculties range from education, Islamic studies and Arabic language, education, law, business, health sciences, including training of doctors, nurses, and midwives. So it's a comprehensive university with over 124 accredited programs, because at IUIU we don't have shortcuts. All our programs are accredited by the National Council for Education from certificate level to PhD level. But what is exciting is that we are now going into another phase. After 34 years of mostly teaching, research is now part and parcel of our strategic plan. We have started PhD programs. We are also linking with many international organizations, both from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation with which we are affiliated. We have MOUs, both locally and internationally. I recently signed MOUs with UCU, Uganda Christian University, Bishop Stewart University, MUNYONYO University, Kabale University, Islamic Call and KIU locally. And I think here the issue is, many times we want to sign MOUs with international universities. But I think the idea that universities should be just competing against each other does not make sense. So we are collaborating with the local universities because we have a common problem and a common destiny. But also, over the years, we have established a lot of international relationships with universities in Malaysia, Pakistan, Sudan, Nigeria, Turkey, and these are linkages again that we are developing because the capacity building of producing a human resource is very, very important. In fact, all development partners tell us that the human resource is the #1 factor in development. So at IUIU, we are very happy that now we are moving in the next phase. The other key issue that is facing us as a university, and this is common with all other universities, is financing. For the longest, I think universities have been depending on government or parents to fund the university. I remember I'm a product of Makerere University. I studied free from A-level. I think A-level at Kisubi was funded by my home district, West Ankole. Then I went to Makerere, studied free. In fact, we usually even to get BOOM, if you remember. But these days, it is difficult to run a university just based on government or parents. So I think the reason we are here today is that we must form businesses as universities. I graduated from Emory University in Atlanta. Emory has an endowment of $11 billion. $11 billion. This is a university with only 16,000 students. So you wonder, why do they have to have all that kind of money? And so IUIU now is going to a new phase. In fact, we started a long time ago, thanks to the generosity of the government of Uganda, which gave us prime land on Kampala Road, and the government of Saudi Arabia built us an endowment, King Fahd Plaza. But I understand that when the president went to open that King Fahd Plaza, he said that if we want, he will give us more land. And indeed, we now have a 7-acre land at Zambia. I'm glad to announce here that Islamic Development Bank is partnering with us to start another endowment on that land. We also have land in Jani, 15 kilometers from Mbale. We are starting, and the newest faculty we are starting is agribusiness and natural resources. we are calling it agribusiness because the new agriculture student must not look for a job. The new agriculture student should understand the value chain, he should understand the markets and entrepreneurship, so that when he graduates, he starts business and employs rather.
What do you know about Somalia? What imagery do you have in your mind of this country? Here is an exciting new story of Somalia. Emerging from a difficult past, we are embracing new possibilities. Our economy has grown consistently at 3% over the past 4 years, with a steady rise in disposable income. A strong local consumption is expanding opportunity for local production in agro-processing and fast-moving consumer goods. Working with international partners, we are deepening stability, opening up every mile for a fresh start. Somalia has a 3,300-kilometer coastline, the longest in Africa, and on it, we are building some of Africa's most modern ports and logistical infrastructure, with convenient connectivity to the continent's major trade corridors. Our location in the Horn of Africa is strategic. We are a true gateway for Africa to trade with the world, with up to 7 ports providing capacity and efficiency. These are Berbera, Bosaso, Garad, Hobyo, Mogadishu, Barawe, and Kismayu. Port Berbera is the shortest sea route to Ethiopia and a major hub for livestock export. Having already joined the 19-member Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, or COMESA, Somalia has now taken steps to join the East African Community, the continent's most integrated region. We have improved business processes, lowering costs, expediting procedure, and protecting investor interest.
Just to inform you, Your Excellencies, as we speak now, we're also having another major engagement which is going on in one of the halls around. That is business-to-business engagement, so that our two business people conclude on business deals. Having said that, Your Excellency, with the permission, permit me to make introduction of some of the ministers of government from our two sister countries who are here present. And I will start with the host country. I will start with introducing the Honorable General Odong J.J. Abubakar, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'll introduce the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Honorable Francis Mwebesa. May I introduce the Honorable Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. I'd like to introduce the Honorable Evelyn Anite, the Minister of State for Investment. May I also introduce the Minister of State for Trade, the Honorable Ntavazi. Permit me, Your Excellencies, to introduce our visiting ministers, also present here. I'll start with the Honorable Bashir Majema, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Somalia. May I also introduce the Honorable Abdikadir Muhammad Noor, Minister of Defense. Welcome also Honorable Jibril Abdul Rashid, the Minister of Trade and Commerce of the Republic of Somalia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen from Somalia, you are all most welcome. Your Excellency, it's a great honor for me to welcome Your Excellency to this very first formal Uganda-Somalia Investment Business Forum here in Kampala at MUNYONYO. Your Excellency, this important forum is held under the theme Promoting Uganda-Somalia Partnership through Investment, Trade and Tourism, and has brought together business communities and private sectors of Uganda and Somalia for the first time in a formal setting. The two communities have engaged both in business as well as government agencies responsible for trade and investment facilitation.
Over the past 2 days, business community received first-hand investor success stories and had a chance to be exposed to business opportunities in both countries. The forum provided an opportunity for government to explain its oversight role in facilitating private sector business and investments. Business-to-business meetings were organized and held to concretize business potentials in both countries. Your Excellencies, I am glad to inform you that you are about to witness the signing of two major outcomes of this forum, just like I said earlier, which is Memorandum of Understanding between the investment bodies of the two countries, and also the launch of Uganda-Somali Joint Permanent Investment and Business Forum. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for visiting the exhibition area and for encouraging the various exhibitors and for assuring them of your support. Your interaction with them has no doubt created confidence and provided necessary, and will embark on real business. This Uganda-Somali Investment and Business Forum was preceded by meetings of First Permanent Joint Commission, at which specific areas of cooperation with timelines were agreed upon. An immediate result of the JPC meeting was signing of the three memoranda of understanding, whose signing, Your Excellencies witnessed 2 days ago on 8th August 2022. The Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in Trade provides the framework for joint Kampala Declaration on Business and Investment that will be signed this afternoon. Your Excellencies, the Business Forum is thus the climax of 5 days of bilateral activities that included field visits and were crowned by the official visits of the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, to Uganda. Welcome to Uganda, Your Excellency. I assure Your Excellencies that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will play its coordination role to ensure timely follow-up and full implementation of the decisions and recommendations of the Business Forum and the Joint Permanent Commission. I'd like to thank you so much, Your Excellencies, for your kind attention. Having said that, may I now take the pleasure to invite my colleague, the Honorable Minister of State for Investment, the Honorable Anite, to come and preside over the signing of the memorandum of understanding between our two authorities of investment. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Somalia, the ministers present from the Republic of Uganda, ministers present from the Republic of Somalia, the special presidential envoy, the investors present, the heads of different ministries and departments and agencies from Uganda and Somalia, the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to first of all ask all of us to put our hands together for both our President of the Republic of Uganda and the President of the Republic of Somalia. You're all most welcome, Mr. Presidents. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Somalia, I am here to invite the Chairman of Uganda Investment Authority and the Chairman of the Somalia Invest Corporation and Ministry of Development to come and we sign a joint cooperation between the two countries. So I'd like to ask them kindly to take their seats. Mr. Presidents, this MOU between, you take your seats right there. The MOU between the two countries is intended to strengthen cooperation between Uganda government through Uganda Investment Authority and Somalia between Somalia Invest Authority. It is to set out the nature and scope of cooperation between the two countries and to promote and develop cooperation in mutually identified priority areas. Mr. President, and particularly the President of the Republic of Uganda, you have asked us and taught us to go out into the world and promote the 4 sectors of the growth of our economy. And therefore, this MOU you're witnessing today is to strengthen the trade between Uganda and Somalia, specifically in the sectors of agribusiness, the pathogenic economy that you've asked us to promote, both nationally, regionally, and internationally, which is the pharmaceutical sectors, the ICT, the sector of manufacturing, and the services. Mr. President, the MOU that you're about to witness is to promote cooperation between Uganda and Somalia enterprises, foster exchange of information among enterprises on technologies and know-how and industry constructions. Mr. President, the MOUs that you're going to witness today is to encourage and support joint projects between the government and the people of Somalia and the government and the people of Uganda. Mr. President, the MOU that you're witnessing that is going to be signed today is to encourage and support each party's investment promotion efforts at regional, continental, and global platforms. Your Excellencies, the MOUs that you're going to witness today is to work together to promote collaboration on education and skills development. The MOU is also to provide capacity building support in the forum of trainings, workshops, and study tours programs in order to learn and benefit from Ugandan experience. Your Excellency, we are doing this to achieve your dream and vision and aspiration of making Uganda a middle-income status. But not only have you done that for Uganda, but you have done that for both Uganda, and Somalia, among others. We thank you very, very much for pacifying Somalia, and indeed, the CDF's representative made a very important presentation today. And as I stop, I'd like to thank you, Your Excellency, for hosting the President of the Republic of Uganda on Monday at State House on behalf of Uganda. As Ugandans, we are indeed very, very proud of you. Your Excellency, that said, I now want to ask the two heads of agencies to stand up and exchange the signed documents. We can clap for them. Thank you very, very much. That's the beginning of the new journey. They are taking pictures. Your Excellency, as they take pictures, I just want to ask the Somalia business community that made presentation here to just stand up and come and wave to both presidents, because you gave very excellent testimonies. I only wish that you made your testimonies when the president was here. The team that presented from Somalia, the generals, the panelists of investor success stories, I want to ask them to stand up. Just come in front. Thank you, thank you, thank you very, very much. Your Excellency, these are investors from Somalia who are already investing in Uganda. And unfortunately, we have already made the success story. I just wanted them to wave to you, both presidents. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Aditi. May I now take the pleasure, Your Excellency, to invite the Minister of Trade and Industry, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives of Uganda, the Honorable Francis Mwevesa, and the Minister of Commerce and Industry from the Federal Republic of Somalia to move forward and sign the Kampala Declaration. Your Excellency, this has been done in order to fast track the agreements in the Joint Permanent Commission for easy implementation. Having signed, we will now proceed to the ceremony of the exchanging of the documents that you have signed, and the rest of us kindly give a hand of applause. Thank you very much for that ceremony. That was the second critical outcome of this summit, Your Excellencies. Thank you. Your Excellency, as we conclude on that second memorable outcome, with your permission, I'd like now to invite the chairman of the private sector to come and make his remarks. Private sector of Uganda. Karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, my name is Badru Ntege. I'm here representing Honorable Eli Karuhanga as the chairman of the Private Sector Foundation. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Honorable Cabinet Ministers from Uganda and Somalia. Captains of industry. I might want to say also corporals of industry, because they will follow the captains, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Uganda and the Federal Republic of Somalia enjoy a very cordial diplomatic relationship. The private sector appreciates you, Your Excellency, for making our two countries strong partners. Your Excellency, President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, we sincerely appreciate you for making your first ever state visit as President of the Federal Republic of Somalia to Uganda. We further appreciate Your Excellency for accepting to meet with the private sector. His Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni has always said that our economies are private sector led, and as private sector, we take up that mantle and we're fully ready to partner with government in terms of really appreciating and realizing the concept of a private sector-led economy. Your Excellencies, Uganda is home for hundreds of Somali business and hosts over 14,000 Somalis who I'd like to call our cousins as we continue this conversation. As well presented here, also Your Excellencies, Uganda has been and continues to export products to the Republic of Somalia, but we're not exporting enough and we need to grow that export. At the same time, trade is a two-way, so we expect to be appreciating to import products from Somalia. Uganda and Somalia, we have a lot in common and plenty to share. Your Excellencies, businessmen from both sides have started conversations that will lead to business partnerships and investments in our two countries. Your Excellencies, to exploit the numerous trade and investment opportunities to the full potential, there are a few issues that always need to be worked on. And Your Excellency, when I first received the speech, as we worked on it, I continuously changed the word request to a different word because we work in a cooperative. We don't ask, we find a way forward together as private sector and public sector. Your Excellency, some items and issues that we feel need to be addressed by our both partner entity, governments. The security assurance. Your Excellencies, I'm sure you agree with the well-known fact that capital is a coward. And we always say that the biggest coward is capital, because once it senses a threat, it's always the first one to leave the room. So we need to make sure that we create an environment for capital not to run away from any of our two countries. And as the presentation was made earlier, capital has returned to Mogadishu. Thank you so much. And we're here to ensure that we not only grow that capital, but we share on that capital, and also to tell our cousins from Somalia that there is capital in Uganda, but also somebody told me that there's many of you with capital and looking for investments. A lot of our colleagues are here and we're ready to talk and ready to invest, and we can assure you that Uganda is the perfect place to invest, especially when we've agreed that we're not colleagues, but we're cousins. Your Excellency, in 2012, Uganda's exports to Somalia were over $14 million. That number has grown to less than $1 million. Your Excellencies, our wish and our hope and ambition that when we leave here today, we've set the foundation to not only reach that $14 million, but to make it 3 or 4 times, if not 10 times. And we hope and assure that the relationship that we have built and that we will achieve that ambition. Your Excellency, there's an issue of transport, and that's a conversation that we need to build on and see. We're distances apart and we're relying on the air transportation. Your Excellency, we'd like to appreciate and thank the fact that Uganda Airlines made its most comfortable destination to be Mogadishu. And I'm sure we get daily flights. Your Excellency, in the exhibition room, there's an exhibition for Freedom Air, who are our Somali cousins. And in conversations with them, they're already trying to talk to, and if not talking already, to Uganda Airlines to create a relationship that will grow both the airlines. But also, interestingly, when I asked the question on cargo, I was sure that that's one of the conversations that will be had as we grow this relationship. Your Excellency, the issue of movement of investors and students between our two nations. Your Excellency, we would like to encourage that Uganda and Somalia remove the need for visas for our two countries. We'd like to have an open, thank you. We'd like to ensure that we can move freely. As I said, we're not neighbors, we're not country, but we're cousins. And when we move between our homes, we don't get visas, so we shouldn't get visas when we're coming from Somalia and Uganda. Your Excellency, nothing excites me and our people more than the idea of Somalia being part of the East African community. I always say that I'm a patriotic Ugandan and a passionate East African. East Africa has proved the value, and we welcome and ask that we fast track the joining of Somalia into the East African community. We look forward to that day. Your Excellency, the horticulture export is a very, very sensitive space. It does not need time, so we need to work together in our two countries that we develop a cold chain. We have already been assured by our airlines, and I'm sure with your guidance, both Excellencies, our airlines will be able to enable our business people to be able to trade fresh produce. There's a lot of produce that is coming from Uganda to Somalia, but we also know there's a lot of product on the other side that we need. Your Excellency, we had a very wonderful presentation earlier when they talked about fish. That Somalia has amazing fish, and we can have that fish imported over here. Your Excellency, insurance schemes are important. For business, Your Excellencies, we've seen a lot of businesses risk, and risk has to be covered. Your Excellencies, we ask that our two countries create a conducive ecosystem where our insurance policies can be supported and enable us to move and trade within countries with proper insurance cover. Insurance is what enables traders and businesses to make risks, and the risks, sometimes our risks are too risky, and so we need them to be covered. Otherwise, we set back if we don't cover that risk. Business is about risk, and those who succeed in business make the risks. Your Excellency, access to financing is an issue that we need to cover and discuss deeply within our two nations. Your Excellency, when we talk about access to finance and a number of people insured, we need people banked, we need that number grown. That number is not only important for our government in terms of tax collection. Once I have a bank account, I am visible and I can actually be taxed. We as private sector encourage proper taxation and fair taxation, and we'd like to make sure that we facilitate that. On access to finance, Your Excellency, we had an amazing, wonderful presentation on Islamic finance. Islamic finance is key and important as we start partnering with our partners from Somalia. And I am sure that they've already expressed to us that they have a very mature Islamic finance ecosystem in Somalia. I also had a conversation earlier with one of the banks who is going through approval by Bank of Uganda. So we look forward that, Your Excellency, for our businesses both in Uganda and Somalia, we're comfortable that we are able to see an Islamic finance bank which is mature coming into our market in Uganda, which will help our market in Uganda appreciate the value of Islamic finance. So we are looking forward to the day that our Somalian cousins open that bank in Uganda, and we know that that will trigger the growth of the market in this market. So there is a lot we want to learn from our cousins, and we want that to happen as soon as possible. Your Excellencies, that can only happen, and it's only possible because our two nations have agreed and have worked together and looked forward together. Your Excellencies, allow me to emphasize that Somalia offers a vast range of investment and trade opportunities with Uganda. And likewise, Uganda offers an amazing opportunity for our Somalian cousins across many sectors. As the Honorable Minister stated, our mantra moving forward should be about reclaiming our relationship. Our relationship has been on a support relationship, and the Major very clearly explained it, and the picture in the PowerPoint was very clear. Our relationship now is about creating the business and redefining the relationship between Uganda and Somalia. Your Excellency and members, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. The private sector is very proud and happy and would like to thank the continued support that we're getting from both Excellencies and look forward to growing our businesses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Private Sector, for those encouraging words. Your Excellency, with your permission, the next activity is the launching of the Joint Investment and Business Council. The two instruments which have just been signed here, the Memorandum of Understanding and the Kampala Declaration, were for purposes of fast-tracking the implementation of what was agreed within the JPC. But that's not enough. We also felt like we needed to assemble a team of persons who are accountable, such that they can be held accountable when we don't realize what we have committed to achieving. With the permission, sir, may I now invite the responsible persons, that's from Uganda Investment Authority, kindly step forward. Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, Uganda Export Promotion Board, kindly move forward here. And also Minister of Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency, to put a little bit of pressure and to fast-track the implementation, we felt like we must have people who are doing the cooking. Although we have the stones, we have the pot, but there are those who are going to do the actual cooking. And should things go wrong, we are now assembling them for questioning in the future. Your Excellency, that is the team which is going to be responsible for the implementation of both the Memorandum of Understanding and also the Kampala Declaration. Just wave to the Excellencies and please resume your seats. Finally, Your Excellency, we've now come to the climax of this function. May I now take the pleasure, and I think I will say this in the African language. Wakati huu ninaomba Mheshimiwa Rais nichukue fursa hii nimwalike Waziri wa Mambo ya Nje wa Uganda, Jenerali JJ Abubakar Odongo, ndiye aje hapa aweze kualika uweze ukazungumza na watu wako. Karibuni.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Honorable Mulimba John. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very simple and humble task to perform this afternoon, and that is to invite His Excellency, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, to address this gathering. Your Excellency, most welcome.
Your Excellency, President Hassan of the Federal Republic of Somalia, all the distinguished guests and business people, first of all, I welcome you to Uganda. Thank you for coming to visit us. And thank you for visiting some parts of the country outside the town. However, before I speak, I want to welcome Your Excellency so that you give us advice on how we can do things.
Your Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni, ministers, senior government officials, distinguished business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I thank and express my profound appreciation for His Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni, the government and the people of the Republic of Uganda for the invitation and the warm welcome extended to me and to my delegation, and for organizing the Somalia-Uganda Investment and Business Summit, a historic event that has taken place today here in Kampala. Somalia and Uganda enjoyed growing cordial and excellent bilateral ties based on common shared history, values, and mutual interests. We value these ties and will work to further enhance them in the spirit of Pan-Africanism and East African brotherhood. In 2007, Uganda was the first country to respond to Somalia's call for deployment of peacekeeping troops, and the Ugandan People Defense Forces, UPDF, till today continue to support us in our fight against the terrorism and keeping the peace in Somalia. This is a sacrifice and contribution at its highest level from a nation to another brotherly nation. We are grateful for the support, and we assure you, Your Excellency, that the sacrifices made by Uganda boys and girls will not be in vain. The Somali people are very entrepreneurial, and many have invested in key sectors of Ugandan economy, including manufacturing, real estate, and other thriving sectors. We look forward to welcoming Ugandan business people willing to invest in many of our competitive industries, including agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and service sector, and more. The framework agreement signed today here between our two countries, the framework agreement signed between our two countries in 2016 and the subsequent bilateral air service agreement PASA and the memorandum of understanding between our two countries, between our two universities, chambers of commerce, and counterpart ministries on research, education, development, diplomatic, defense, and trade cooperation is a clear testament to the growing ties between Somalia and Uganda. Somalia has a clear understanding of the shared benefits that come with the working together, and we are ready to deliver the strong leadership and commitment required to contribute to boosting intra-regional trade and investment. In my meeting with His Excellency President Museveni and other East African head of states in Arusha, I underscored that Somalia belongs to the East Africa, and we are pursuing common goals and common future as a group. Somalia-Uganda Investment and Business Summit is crucial and timely, as it comes just a few weeks after I requested the East African Community heads of state, with the presence of His Excellency President Museveni, to champion Somalia's bid to become the 80th member joining the East African community. Africa in general is blessed with wealth and has a large economy. However, because of fragmented markets, tariff and non-tariff barriers, our intra-regional and intra-continental trade is below 20% compared to about 60% in Asia. We are confident that this summit will contribute to the acceleration of intra-regional trade, investment flows between our two countries, further opportunities to grow. Somalia has unlimited ripe economic opportunities to offer to partners willing to trade with or invest in our country. With the longest coastline in the mainland Africa, Somalia boasts abundant, untapped natural resources, vast arable land, and promising climate for renewable energy, entrepreneurial culture, a thriving private sector, and a young workforce ready to engage in the economic aspects. We've made significant strides in state building, economic reform, and maintaining macroeconomic stability, notwithstanding the very difficult challenges we are facing right now. I can tell you with a firm confidence that Somalia is now open for business and investment, and willing to increase the volume of bilateral trade between our two countries and identify opportunities for investment, trade, and tourism for both our countries and our people. We welcome the establishment of the Joint Permanent Investment and Business Forum to fast-track the implementation of its recommendations and decisions, as well as identify opportunities in both countries. In conclusion, I want to reiterate the great respect that the Somali government and people have for you and your country, Mr. President, for championing our security and development. We are truly grateful, and I wanted to assure you of my commitment to further enhance our bilateral ties going forward. Your Excellency, my visit this time around here in Uganda was an eye-opening opportunity for both we as the leaders of the political leaders of the country and the government, and as the business leaders of Somalia as well. Yesterday, I visited a great enterprises that Uganda has built in the last decades. I have seen what the Ugandan people and Ugandan government are capable of. And we, from our part, we are ready to learn lessons and share experience with your ample resources and experiences that you already have achieved under your great leadership, Your Excellency. I again and again appreciate the great hospitality accorded to me and to my delegation and to the business people. We all are very much grateful. Somalia will remain indebted for the support that Uganda has provided, for the, in particular for the last 15 years that Somalia was in a difficult situation. And we're looking forward this time around to go into the prosperity. I thank you, Mr. President.
Your Excellency and the distinguished delegation and the business people. First of all, I again thank His Excellency for agreeing to come and visit us. We have used these 3 days for very serious discussions. And thank you very much for the good remarks you have made on Uganda. Thirdly, Uganda will support the application by Somalia, and has already done so, to join the East African community. I was telling the leaders in Arusha that what some of you young people, what you call, what you call history, some of us call current affairs. I was telling them that in 1968, there was a very active Prime Minister of Somalia called Muhammad Egal. I remember him coming to East Africa and actually putting forward the need for Somalia to join the EAC, the East African Community, when we were only 3 members, when we were Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda. And Somalia was going to be number 4, and Zambia, number 5. Zambia also was applying. However, unfortunately, Shaitan, I think the Muslims call it Shaitan. Satan came in and we wasted a lot of time. And all those wonderful leaders disappeared, died or what. Muhammad Egar, Shermake, big loss of useful people with useless actors. So this time, it's good that Somalia has applied again, and definitely we support it because it has all the qualifications, which are 3. First of all, you should have a border with one of the countries of the members of the East African Community, and Somalia has got a border with Kenya. Then you should have a private sector-ready economy, and then you should be a democratic country. And I congratulate you for winning the recent elections. So definitely we shall support Somalia to join the East African Community. The next point is that as far as we can, we shall continue to support the Somali government in their struggle against shallow-minded terrorists. We shall continue to support them. In Uganda here, we are part of the indigenous people of this area. And we don't associate with the nonsensical behaviors of foreigners from Europe, from Asia, who come with narrow-minded approaches. One day I told Bashir, His Excellency Bashir of Sudan, because they had some issues in Sudan there, and the Muslims have what they call haram. And some of them try to bring that nonsense here in Kawempe. Haram. Some youth in Kawempe, influenced by narrow-minded foreigners, were saying that they were going to riot. I said, riot for what? That somebody in Kawempe had eaten pigs, and that pigs were haram. Then I asked, I said, did he put the pig in your mouth? No, he put it in his own mouth. So if he put his pig in his mouth, what do you want with him? Now, those groups were coming from Sudan, from Bashir, So when I met Bashir, I said, you know, Bashir, do you know that my list of haram is much longer than yours? Because these people just come running around here. They think Africa had no people. We are here. I told Bashir, my list of haram is much longer than yours. But I keep my haramism to myself. I don't impose it on you people. Among the Banyankore, my tribe, pig is haram, all right. We don't eat pigs. If you see these ones eating pigs, these Banyankore who are eating pigs here in Kampala, you check on them. But Banyankore call fish also haram. A chagaro. Fish is haram. Chicken is haram. They think that if you eat chicken, you will be unstable. But the difference with these groups from Europe and from Asia is that, yes, we have, like with our neighbors here, the Baganda, the ones of Kampala, the Bakochi, of Rakai, the ones of Tanzania. For them, they were eating fish, they were eating all those things. And we didn't mind. If you have got a chicken, when he comes, you give it to him. I know you eat chicken, you take this chicken. That's how we live here, in this part of the world, where we have our own ways, but you respect the ways of others. So when we went to Somalia, to Mogadishu, and those stupid fellows were saying, oh, you Bakafiri, you Kafiri, you go back. We said, we shall show you that Kafiris are the ones who own Africa. You are the one who will go away, not us, because this is our land. And we have got, and here we respect everybody. So, I'm glad the people of Somalia have stood up against these confused people, and we shall support them as much as we can. Now, finally, business people. Business people are the most useful group. And the business people can be useful both economically but also politically. And that is if they are real business people. Why? This is because business people know, as the president was saying, know the importance of market. If I've got a product, a good or a service, the more people that buy from me, the better. My business will be better if I've got more buyers. Now, if you believe that, then the issue of sectarianism, like we have here, like we had here in Uganda. You had people who believed in sectarianism of tribe, sectarianism of religion, and we challenged them when we came up as a student movement in the 1960s. And we said, but if you are a business person, how can you say this religion is not good, this tribe is not good, if you know that they all can buy what you produce? So therefore, if you have got, and the business people, historically speaking, have contributed to the integration of countries. If you go to 1870, this country they call Germany was not one country. There were German people, just like the Somalis, but they were in 39 kingdoms, independent kingdoms. Prussia, Bavaria, Saxony, I don't know what, all German but not united by the small kings. They had small kings. But there was a business group in Prussia called Junkers. It's written Junkers, but they pronounce it as Junkers. These were big producers, I think, of farm products. And they wanted a united market. They are the ones who supported Bismarck to unite Germany. And even they had to fight a war with France in 1870, the famous Franco-Prussian War, where France was defeated. And that's how Germany got united. So you business people, both in Uganda and in Somalia, you can help to unite these countries. Not only within Uganda, united within itself, Somalia, because in Somalia you hear of the clans, Hawiya, Darod, Isaac. There's another one which I cannot pronounce. Now, if you are a businessman, if I am Darod, Siad Bari, and a Hawiya comes to buy from my shop, is that Hawiya a friend of mine or not? I should welcome him. I need everybody to buy, as many people as possible to buy from me. And that's why we, in the NRM, we talk of patriotism, unity within Uganda, Pan-Africanism, unity in Africa, and so on. Because in order to ensure our prosperity, we need, as the President said in his speech, a market which is not fragmented. So if you know that prosperity will come from integration, then where is the room for sectarianism? So the business people, you do not only have the role to do business and make money, but you have also got a duty to politically decampaign sectarianism and preach for unity. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for coming, and you have done us a great favor. We are very happy that for the days you have spent with us. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for their excellencies. We will have just 2 more activities. One will be, of course, to have the anthems very shortly in reverse order. Immediately after that, we'll have 2 photo opportunities here. The first photo will be the presidents with the ministers of both countries, and the other will be with the heads of the agencies that I will mention, which is, of course, UIA, Private Sector Foundation, and I will run through that list when that moment comes. Honorable Minister. And immediately after that, we'll have the exhibition walkthrough by the presidents. Please note that there will be only 2 categories of delegations into the exhibition hall at the moment. It will be the principals, the presidents first, and then the honorable ministers after, because the area is very small and we want to manage the numbers in the exhibition area. So we will immediately after this move to the exhibition hall, but first the principals and then the honorable ministers. The others, please stay with us here because we still have an update from the MOU with the Chambers of Commerce, the Somalia Chamber of Commerce and the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce. That update will be done here by our colleagues from Somalia. May I now request Your Excellencies and our delegates to stand for the national anthems in reverse order, the anthem of the Federal Republic of Somalia and the Uganda national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take your seats as the principals get ready for the photos. May I request the ministers to make their way, both the ministers of the Federal Republic of Somalia and the Ugandan ministers. Please make your way. And also request the directors or the director generals and the heads of both the Uganda Investment Authority and Somalia Investment, including Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and the Somalia Chamber of Commerce, the Private Sector Foundation, and the private sector representative from Somalia. That will be the second photo. First, the honorable ministers, and then we'll have the heads of the agencies next. Protocol will be handling that, so please note. Let's ensure that we are together. And as this happens, allow me to introduce the fact that we'll have an update from the Somalia Chamber of Commerce very shortly on the MOU that has been signed. And after that, we will be having lunch. There will be lunch at the Stables restaurant. Please note that the B2B meetings are going to be happening in the hall right below the Stables restaurant, which is called Majestic Hall. We will have representation from the Uganda Investment Authority, representation from the Private Sector Foundation, and of course the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including the Somalia Investment and Promotion Center that will be represented. So the B2B meetings facilitated by all the parties I have mentioned will be taking place at the Majestic Hall. So if you're here and you're interested in those B2B meetings, please make your way to Majestic Hall. Whether you want to do it immediately or after lunch, please, you're welcome to do that. I also want to mention that, especially for our delegation from Somalia, we have the souvenir magazine, the very first, for this very first inaugural Business and Investment Summit, that has the bankable projects that have been prepared by the Uganda Investment Authority. Let us know in case you're interested and you didn't get a copy. They will be available at the back, but those are available for you to look at the viable bankable projects here in Uganda. The homework has been done for you by the Uganda Investment Authority. So we will have two photographs taken. The first set of photographs, as I mentioned, is with the ministers. That also includes a very special presidential envoy to the Great Lakes region, the Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi. And immediately after that, we'll have a photo, second photo, with the Director Generals of the Investment Authorities of Uganda and Somalia, and the Chamber of Commerce, plus the Private Sector Foundation, and the private sector representative from Somalia. So that's our first photo that is being taken. Immediately after that photo, we'll then have our second photo. Please note that this was the very first Uganda-Somalia Investment and Business Forum, or Summit. We want to thank our partners, the Uganda Investment Authority and the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and Uganda Broadcasting Corporation that has been broadcasting this summit on all the platforms. We also want to thank our partners, the Somalia Broadcasting Corporation, who have been carrying this live link on their platforms, and all the media partners who've been sharing the conversation from today's forum. We are using the hashtag UG Somalia Business Summit. If you want to follow the conversations, Uganda or UG Somalia Business Summit, and that is the hashtag we're using for the conversation today. You can find that on our social media platforms at UBC Uganda TV, and of course the social media platforms, including YouTube channel, where the full proceedings of this summit and forum have been shared. The second photo that is now being taken is with the representatives of the Uganda Investment Authority, Somalia Investments and Promotion Center, the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and the Somalia National Chamber of Commerce, the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and the private sector representative from Somalia. That's the photo that they are taking right now. Immediately after this, the principals will be visiting the exhibition area, but I request our delegates to remain here because we have the final update on the MOU by the Chambers of Commerce. So ladies and gentlemen, our principals will now move to the exhibition center, and that will be managed by protocol. But allow me now invite our representative from Somalia Chamber of Commerce to come and run us through an update on the memorandum of understanding that was signed between the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and the Chamber of Commerce of Somalia. So the team from Somalia. Delegates, we can take our seats, please. Delegates, please take your seats. May I have a representative from the Somalia Chamber of Commerce? We have just 2 minutes, please, because we are going for lunch. A representative from the Chamber of Commerce, Somalia? Delegates, if we could take our seats. Delegates, please. Delegates. Delegates, please take your seats. And as the delegates take their seats, please note our B2B meetings are in Majestic Hall. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to borrow your 5 minutes, and then we will close. Can we take our seats? Protocol, if you could help. We need to have our... Please come. We have a short update on the MOU.
The Chamber of Commerce will brief.
Yes.
So
we want, yes, the Somalia Chamber of Commerce. Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Ase from the Somalia Chamber of Commerce. Professor. Honorable ministers, if you could take your seats so that we just get a small brief from the Chamber of Commerce. Professor Ase? Ah, perfect. So I am now humbly requesting our honorable ministers if we can take our seats. We just have a very short update. Honorable ministers, can we have our seats, please? All right, so I will invite Professor to speak, but as I go and manage our small protocol here to ensure the Professor gets attention. You're welcome, Professor.
Yes. Very kind of you. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. I will try to go ahead while you are talking all of. I would start with saying good afternoon, Excellencies, the ministers of both countries, the private community of the both countries. I just stand here to make some remarks about the Chamber of Commerce and what we do and how we lead the business community. We are the beating heart of the Somali business landscapes. There's so many companies that are part of us and registered with us as a privately. There's so many organizations that we are part of and registered with us locally, IGAD, the Arab Leagues, Pan-Africans, and international as well. The private sector actually is a staunch ally and believers of the government. And without it, I think that's why we are here. And we always try to work with the government states. The private sector's actual resilience is actually the motors that you could say how we're doing dealing the business where there was no government and how we're doing business after we have got the government. We say the private sector is the heart of the business. We also say the government is the brain and the immune system of the country, which actually protects and leads the policy development. We actually try to engage in 4 different areas. Firstly, the government, the private sector, the Somali community itself, and the international organizations. We deal with the government in terms of trying to suggest and have a consultants of the laws, of business laws that they do produce to make it harmony with the private sector's development. We deal with local businesses and the community and intervening that in terms of supporting and helping financially when it comes to the disasters, the floods, and the droughts. And sometimes when it happens to the markets, happens to be fired, we try to support financial as well for that business community. When it comes to the international organizations, we try to promote our policies in terms of developing capacity building that we do with the international, what we call organizations. And what we try to support from the business people is to build up their capacity in terms of a business, formalizing in terms of training, and then giving a counseling, and then try to give even also access to finance. We believe in sustainable economic growth and inclusion, where that comes as well, the MSEs. We formalize this informal business and register it in order for them to have a face, the private sector. And in that so doing, we have been partnered with the UNIDO and the Chamber of Commerce, and we actually resulted in creating what we call EDU, which is enterprise development. That enterprise development is actually the phase and result that we actually do when it comes to the private sector capacity buildings. Now we are going to the second phase. In the first phase, what we did was to support the productive sectors of Somalia that have been traditionally being able to trade with around the world. We're also hoping to engage with the government in terms of the tripartite to have a decent job in a proper safe working positions. We also give back to that invaluable contribution to the community that we said. And in conclusion, I'm here to say that the relationship between the government and the Chamber of Commerce has always been good, and we will be better and closer forever. We are ready to look forward to our coming partnership with the Chamber of Commerce that we have been in partnering of about 10 years, that we have now renewed that MOU that we are doing now, signing with the Chamber of Commerce of the Uganda. We welcome this partnership, we welcome this summit, and we hope it will be fruitful for all, mutual from the Ugandan side of the business community and the Somali side business community. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Yes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please note that lunch is being served at the Stables restaurant. That's where the Renzori ballroom is. So you'll make your way onto the other building. As you get in, somebody will be giving you a lunch coupon, and then lunch is served. But the B2B meetings, which are already happening, are in the Majestic Hall downstairs, in the same building downstairs. Those will be going on until later this evening. We also request you make your way into the exhibition hall at some point when you find some time, for you to be able to see the different exhibitions by our investors and by our trade partners here in Uganda. You will find a lot of valuable information at the exhibition hall, and this should be able to give you and furnish you as much information as possible. And also, please, if you must, the meeting room for the B2B meetings is Majestic Hall downstairs on the same building we're having lunch. You will find the Uganda Investment Authority, the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Somalia Investment and Promotion Center, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the same hall. Thank you very much.